It's a warm, sultry night in North Texas. Another huge crowd filing into Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. And they are going to watch the Rangers and the Minnesota Twins finish off the first half of the 2012 season. Welcome into Ranger Baseball on Fox Sports Southwest, everyone. I'm Steve Busby along with Tom Grieve. Glad to have you along this evening. And should be an interesting ball game. But first of all, we're going to look back a little bit on the first half of the season. It's unofficially the end of that today, prior to the All-Star break. But a lot of good things, Tom, have happened in this first half.
No doubt about it, Buzz. And I think you have to start off with a record. The Rangers have won 51 games. No one has won more than that. It's the second best record in Major League Baseball, just a half a game behind the Yankees. You have to look at Josh Hamilton's 27 home runs. That ties for the Major League Baseball lead. Matt Harrison is tied for the most wins in the American League with 11. And they've done it with 7 different pitchers being on disabled list. Not that long ago, we were talking about how injury-free the staff was, and now it's been 7 different guys on the disabled list. Bottom line is most of them are coming back pretty soon, and we're in first place.
Yeah, first place and a 4-game lead if they win tonight, and that's about all you can ask for, I think. But the veteran Roy Oswalt will get his 4th start in a Ranger uniform. See if he can get the Rangers to the All-Star break on a winning note. It's Oswalt and the Rangers against the Minnesota Twins. Lineups in the first pitch right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. To take on the Minnesota Twins in the rubber game of this 3-game series. And before things get underway here, let's welcome along Emily Jones. Em?
Well, Buzz, as you know, it is the last game of the unofficial first half of the season, which means a break is coming, the All-Star break. And the guys who aren't making the trip to Kansas City know the importance of actually resting on this break.
Great that we've had so many guys make the All-Star team, and we definitely wish them the best, but hopefully everybody else can go get a lot of rest, and just more than anything, just get a mental break, just hang out with your family, go to the lake, go to do whatever you want, and just be a normal person for a few days and just get a summer vacation.
David Murphy with tonight's Geico quote of the game. And Murph says the importance of this break has been magnified over the last couple of years because of the deep playoff runs that this team has had. Obviously hoping for another one this season, guys.
All right, Emily, thank you. Yeah, it's not a bad thing when you have to go deep into October. The Rangers have had that happen the last couple of years, and they're hoping for a three-peat. Now here's the Minnesota Twins lineup tonight. Ron Gardenhire has thrown this together to face Roy Oswalt. Denard Span, the center fielder, leads off. Ben Revere is in right. Joe Mauer handles the DH chores and bats third. Cleanup hitter is the left fielder, Josh Willingham. Justin Morneau is at first. Batting sixth and catching, Ryan Domit. Trevor Plouffe is the third baseman. Hitting eighth, the shortstop, Brian Dozier. And Jamie Carroll plays second base and bats ninth.
Well, look at the scouting report on Roy Oswalt. He's 2-1. His ERA is 7.79 after 3 starts. 13 hits allowed in each of his last 2 starts. He has a strikeout per inning almost and only 4 walks. That's the good point. He just has to keep the ball away from the middle of the plate a little more often. Opponents are hitting .422 against him. And Buzz, you know, I read in the paper he talked about his arm dragging. That's what you were talking about the last time he pitched. So maybe a mechanical change will help.
Yeah, it sounded like it. I read the same things, and you know, Roy's been around the block once or twice. I am sure he knows, with the help of Mike Maddox, exactly what has to be done. And the first pitch of this evening is a little bit outside to Denard Span, the left-handed hitting center fielder. Span comes in at 274 on this 96-degree evening here in North Texas. Oswalt misses a bit low. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Span comes in with a 4-game hitting streak. At .340 on base percentage. Doing a very good job at the top of the Twins order. Oswalt's 2-0 pitch, and that's outside. 3 balls and no strikes.
Span is one of the few hitters that starts his swing from a dead stop. He doesn't do anything to generate his swing. Doesn't cock it, doesn't move his leg. And not many guys have hit like that. Paul Molitor was close.
Yeah. Guy that in the latter stages of his career went to Minnesota. There's a strike. Molitor, one of the best hitters for the top of an order that from the right side that you can imagine.
Hall of Famer.
Yep. 3-1 the count to Span. And 3-2 as he takes the strike all the way.
Well, to me, that's what a good leadoff hitter should do. You get ahead 3-0. Your job's to get on base, work the count to 3-2. Hope you get a walk. If you don't, you're still going to get a fastball to hit at.
Oswalt with a payoff pitch, and that's fouled off. Now, you talk about what you're saying, where it kind of reminds you playing the game the right way, if you will. And the Twins, as long as I can remember, and Ron Gardenhire came up through the Twins as far as his managerial career, they have always had guys that played the game the right way. Very big on fundamentals, no matter who was at the major league level.
They have. They've always been fundamentally sound. They've always had a pitching staff that throws strikes. Maybe not an overpowering staff, not a strikeout staff, but they throw strikes.
And Span pops this one up. Shallow right field. Nelly Cruz, plenty of time to jog in underneath it. That is out number 1. So good job by Oswalt coming back from a 3-0 count to get the pop out. Rest of the game, rest of the team defensively, Gentry's in center, Murphy's in left with Nelson Cruz in right. Michael Young, Ian Kinsler, Elvis Andrus, and Adrian Beltre around the diamond, and Mike Napoli handling the right-handed offerings of Roy Oswalt. The one gone, Ben Revere will step in a beautiful panoramic view of the blue skies over the left side stands. There's a fastball that's a bit high. Some clouds building in left center field, in center field, but the rain is supposed to stay away this evening. Revere hitting at .320 as Oswalt nails down the outside corner. Chris Conroy, by the way, calling the balls and strikes. Ben Revere, who hit leadoff in the first game of this series and gave way to Span as he got back in the lineup. Little number foul down the first baseline, and Oswald out in front of the count. A ball and 2 strikes.
You know, I think, Buzz, if Roy threw the exact same pitches the next 2 games that he threw the last 2 games, he wouldn't give up 13 hits in each game. Just because he didn't have his best stuff, and he gave up some hard hit balls. But you would think over the course of a couple of games they might have hit a few more balls at somebody. They found a lot of holes too. Yeah,
and as we found out, I think the Chicago White Sox were about as hot offensively as they could be in those 3 games. You know, the Rangers did a pretty good job in the last 2 games of holding them down, but that was a hot ball club. Got him on the fists, and Oswald induces a foul ball the other way. Yeah, but I think you're right. Roy admittedly made too many pitches near the center of the plate, but that was his inability to get the ball on the first base side of home plate. In other words, from his perspective, throw the ball across home plate to the outside corner to a right-handed hitter. He said he couldn't keep it out there, and that's where that lagging arm comment came from. There's the big breaking ball, and it's in the dirt. So hopefully a little bit better for him tonight. So far so good. He has been able to get the ball on that first base side as Oswald looks into the catcher. It would be inside to a left-handed hitter, the area he had trouble with. Get a look at the shadows that are creeping across the diamond here at the 6 o'clock hour. Line drive right at Kinsler, and that ball must have knuckled because Ian played it off to the side, then had to make a lunge almost with his glove to get it. 2 gone.
Yep, so far so good for Roy. There's kind of what we're talking about right there. You know, a fairly well hit line drive. Instead of being a base hit, it went at somebody. So Roy's due for a few of those.
Back-to-back games that he gave up 13 hits to the Tigers first and then to the White Sox. Here's Joe Mauer. Mauer handling the DH chores. And the first pitch is ball 1. 326 with 5 home runs, 41 driven in. Oswald back to the plate, and that pitch is low. It's 2-0. You get the on-base percentage leaders. Mauer at the top in the American League. Paul Konerko, who we just saw in Chicago, number 3 in that Mike Trout. Boy, he is really having a terrific campaign once he got called up from AAA for the Angels. 2 balls, no strikes, the count to Mauer. Out of play to the left. Mauer, one of the 5, make that 6 Twins that has had a handful at bats against Roy Oswald. 2 out of 7 is Mauer in his career. A couple of guys in the lineup, both Willingham and Domit, have some pretty good experience against Oswald from their National League days. 2-1 pitch, jammed him, pop up shallow center. That's going to fall for a base hit. Well, Mauer is just a real tough out, even fighting a ball off that was well placed by Oswald. He's able to get a base hit, and with 2 outs, he's aboard for Willingham.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that as a pitcher. You have a plan, you make your pitch, you successfully get the ball in, you jam a really good hitter, and then he bloops it in. There's not much you can do about that.
And that's one of the reasons Mauer's ability to fight off pitches like that. One of the reasons he has that high on base percentage.
Yep.
The 1 on 2 out, Josh Willingham, a 265 hitter, and he takes ball 1. I mentioned Willingham, some experience against Oswald. You see his yearly numbers, and down at the bottom there's 6 out of 20 in his career from his National League days against Roy Oswald. 1-0 pitch. Andrews waits for a tough hop and fires on to second. They get the force on Mauer. Side retired for the Twins. No runs a hit, 1 left. We played a half inning in Arlington. It's the Twins nothing, the Rangers coming up. Ball on Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. If you want to break up with a vehicle that's breaking down, then head to your Texas Ford dealer and drive the best in Texas. And by the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. Twins fail to score in the top of the first inning. Rangers coming to bat in the bottom half of inning number 1. Ian Kinsler to lead things off against the 27-year-old right-hander Cole DeVries, and the first pitch is on the outside corner.
Let's look at a scouting report on Cole DeVries. He's pitched 5 games, 4 starts. It's gone pretty well for him. 2-1, nice ERA. He's been much better in 2 starts at home than he has been on the road. At Rochester, the Twins AAA team, he was 3-5, 4.37 ERA at 12 starts in AAA. Got a pretty good curveball, it looks like.
Yeah, the report we had on a fastball, curveball, changeup type pitcher, not overly powerful as far as his velocity. 90-91 is about tops, but he does have very good command of the strike zone. 2-1 pitch, and that's high. It's 3 balls and a strike. Kinsler trying to get things started on the right foot, getting aboard, and Elvis Andrus waiting in the on-deck circle and hoping to hit with Kinsler aboard.
DeVries wasn't drafted coming out of the University of Minnesota. He was signed as a non-drafted free agent.
The appeal down to Jeff Kellogg, the first base umpire, and he rang up that right fist, and Ian will have to backtrack. It'll be 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And it looked like a pretty good call.
Here are the umpires. Chris Conroy, as we mentioned, calling the balls and strikes. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief at first. Eric Cooper and Larry Martin. Base hit by Kinsler down the left field line. Over to cut it off is Willingham, and Kinsler hanging on after a big turn. Kinsler coming back after the check swing call. It didn't go his way. Able to single to get things going for the Rangers. And the rest of the lineup that Ron Washington has thrown out there this evening. Saw Kinsler lead things off with a single. Elvis Andrus coming to the plate. Josh Hamilton DHing again tonight. Adrian Beltre cleaning things up. He's the third baseman. Kelly Cruz in the 5 hole as of yesterday. The right fielder. Michael Young in the 6th spot. He's playing first. David Murphy in left. Mike Napoli behind the plate hitting 8th. And batting 9th, the center fielder Craig Gentry.
Oh, he was looking to get a walk. Got rung up for that strike, and 1 pitch later he's even happier. He's on first base with a base hit.
Elvis shooting that pitch foul. And see if the Rangers try and break out their aggressive base running here in the first inning. A lot of opportunities, a lot of different opportunities with Andrus at the plate and Kinsler at first. Ron Washington loves to have these 2 guys going well, and neither one of them going extremely well right now, but they certainly are aggressive on the base paths, and that's what he wants to see. Kinsler stepping off a pretty good lead. And Elvis drops down a bunt. Charging his Plouffe. Gets the out at first. And into second, the scoring position is Ian Kinsler with Josh Hamilton coming up.
Yeah, that's the classic bunt for a base hit, and if you get it, great. If not, it's a sacrifice. Nobody out. Moves the runner into scoring position for the middle of the lineup, so you're happy with that. And you lay down a perfect bunt, you also get a base hit.
Another thing Ron Washington, Tom, likes to do with Elvis in that situation is give him 1 shot, as he did on the first pitch, to try and hit the ball into the right field corner or into right field. You know, not necessarily a hit and run, but just give him the opportunity to swing the bat before he put the bunt on.
That definitely looked like he was trying to hit the ball to right field that first swing.
So here's Hamilton, Josh, with his 27th home run of the year yesterday. And is swinging a foul tip off the gear of Domet. Josh, the first Ranger to have the power numbers of 27 home runs, 75 RBI by the All-Star break. A lot of people might be surprised by that 384 on-base percentage, figuring it would have to be much lower, but even with Josh's struggles, that on-base percentage still pretty good. DeVries, a long look into Domet. Now the right-hander is ready to work. And Hamilton pulls one to first. Morneau will take it to the bag ahead of Hamilton. So that's out number 2 with Kinsler moving to third. He's there with 2 outs for Adrian Beltre.
Yeah, high changeup. Josh was a little bit out in front of it here, right off the end of the bat. Pretty good hitter's location, but the change of speed got Josh. First time the Rangers have seen this guy, obviously.
Well, does this seem to you like the Rangers have seen somebody for the first time an awful lot this year?
Yeah.
Man, it seems like about every other starter is somebody they have not faced before. Here's Adrian Beltre with a 5-game hitting streak going.
In the Twins case, they've had 11 different starters this year. They had some new ones when we saw them the first time, and we've seen a couple of new ones this time around too.
Ron Gardenhire has seen 4 of them go on the disabled list. A couple of them sent back to the minor leagues. And ball 2 sails high. Batting leaders, Adrian Beltre right there in the number 4 slot, beginning play today. Two and 0 the count. And an off-speed pitch catches the outside corner. It's 2-1. The other thing that we heard about Cole DeVries is he will pitch backwards a lot of times. In other words, fastballs and breaking ball counts when he's ahead, and off-speed pitches in fastball counts. The pitch outside. It's 3 balls and a strike. Last night, Adrian Beltre and a high breaking ball from Samuel DeDuno. And that tied the ball game at 3 and set up the stage for the Rangers to win that game in extra innings and snap that 5-game losing streak. 3-1 pitch. That's wide. Another breaking ball. And Beltre takes the walk and puts runners at the corners for last night's walk-off hero, Nelly Cruz.
The curveball looks like he's got a pretty good curveball. It's probably his best pitch. The problem with throwing a lot of curveballs, though, is sooner or later you're going to hang a couple of them. And when you've got a lineup like the Rangers with that kind of power, hanging curveballs can go a long way. You just saw one of them last night from Beltre.
Yeah. Nelly Cruz at the first half, 11 and 53 home runs and RBI. Trying to add to the RBI total here, and he fouls the fastball back. Nelly's walk-off double last night was his 5th hit, as you see, in his last 8 at-bats. 3 of those have gone for extra bases, 3 doubles. And it was also his 5th regular season walk-off hit, and the first one that wasn't a home run. And DeVries ready to work. And a strike at the knee, at the belt. It looked like Cruz thought he had asked for timeout from Chris Conroy.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for sure. Didn't get it.
Yeah. Umpire doesn't have to grant it to the hitter. And so Cruz now down in a no-ball 2-strike hole.
Yeah, that was a pretty good pitch to hit, too.
Mm-hmm. Kinsler at third, Beltre at first. Cruz trying to pick him up here in the Ranger first. Breaking ball hit in the air center field, not hit very well. Span started back. Now Revere has to come in from right field to make the catch, and that will do it. Oh, misread by Span, but Revere picked him up, and the Rangers strand 2 after a hit and a walk. We finished 1, no score, Rangers and Twins at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. Scoreless ball game. Hits even at 1 as we go to the second inning. And starting to work against Justin Morneau. Roy Oswalt misses low with the breaking ball. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Morneau, one of the 2 Twins with an active 9-game hitting streak coming into tonight. And Oswalt missing again. It's 2 balls, no strikes. The other Trevor Plouffe, and Plouffe hitting down the number 7 spot. Oswalt with 19 pitches in the first inning, 11 strikes. Going to work here in the second. Fires a knee-high strike to Morneau, and it's 2-1. Morneau, like his teammate Joe Mauer, 2 out of 7 career-wise against Oswalt. Big swing and a miss, 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and had that in a pretty good location.
Yeah, that was a good location. Tailed away on the outside corner.
There's that hitting streak we were talking about.
In fact, the movement looked like he made him swing at a pitch out of the strike zone. There it is again.
Yeah, same pitch, same spot. He made contact that time, but only able to foul it away to stay alive at 2-2. Napoli the signs, and Oswalt back to the plate. And that foul tip got a lot of Mike Napoli's mask, knocked it right off his head. And it's still 2-2. You know, I'm amazed more catchers don't get concussions from foul balls like that.
Padding helps, but it's not perfect.
Yeah. And again out of play to the left. Roy Oswalt from Ware, Mississippi, signed with the Rangers on the 22nd of June. Won his first 2 starts, although admittedly in his second start, he said he didn't throw the ball as well as he would like, but he said he wasn't here to put up numbers. He was here to get wins and help the ball club do that. 2 hopper out to Elvis Andrews. That's out number 1. Now, before we go to Ryan Doman, let's welcome Jim Knox. Jim.
All right. Thank you, Buzz. Nice crowd here at the ballpark tonight. Ranger fans looking for another win. You bet. Community Corner tonight. Big happenings took place before the game. Check out what happened down on the field. The 2012 Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation scholars were recognized. We're talking about Nolan Ryan, Johnny Oates, and also Mark Holtz and the Michael Young family scholarship recipients. To find out more on this great organization, log on to texasrangers.com/foundation. Buzz?
All right, Jim, thank you. And a big breaking ball starting off. Ryan Doman finds the outside corner. That thing chewing on that corner. It is 0-1. Doman, as you'll see, also one of the guys that faced Roy Oswalt quite a bit and had good success against him when Doman was with the Pirates. That fastball just inside. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Pretty good pitch there.
Yeah, that's the call you want right there.
Doman brought in as a free agent to the Twins to provide some offense, and he certainly has done that of late, as you saw in those numbers. And he finds himself down in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes after taking that fastball away.
You got that side, didn't get the other side. That's okay. I guess if you had both of them, make the plate a little bit too wide. Ooh, actually, number 2 was a really good pitch. That was inside the strike zone. They were both strikes.
Oswalt pondering the next offering coming up to Doman. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Up the middle by Oswalt as he tried to reach behind his back and couldn't quite get a leather on that ball. So Doman, a 1-out single. He is aboard with Trevor Plouffe coming up.
Get off the end of the bat. Roy just missed that ball.
Yeah.
Featured it right up the middle, though. Not a very hard hit ball. Both hits have been of the soft variety.
So Doman aboard. Trevor Plouffe, also a 9-game hitting streak going. And he stands at the plate now. That widespread stance takes strike 1. Both Plouffe and Josh Willingham, 19 home runs prior to the All-Star break. That's only the third time that's happened in the Twins' history. It's fisted, and Blue fights it off foul to the right. And you have to go back to some pretty big sluggers to think that only happened 3 times, but that's what's happened. Plouffe and Willingham this year, and Morneau and Torrey Hunter back in 2007. Morneau had 24 and Hunter had 19. And then 1964, the first occasion that happened, Harmon Killebrew had 30 and Bob Allison had 21. There's a little pop-up. Michael Young going over. Tough play for him right at the railing. And it's back in the second row.
Soldier caught it.
Yeah.
Michael gave him a high five. People are starting to see what happened now. Watch Michael. Nice play.
Still 0-2. Got him swinging. Went up with the fastball, and Plouffe couldn't catch up with it. So Oswalt gets his first strikeout of the evening. There's one gone, and Brian Dozier coming. Nice play.
Michael couldn't get to that ball anyway. He was waiting underneath it. He might have been able to reach in and catch it. A lot of fastballs from Roy tonight. Not quite as many curveballs and changeups early in the game anyway.
The fastball for a strike. Dozier at 240. You can tell by that 266 on base percentage. Not a lot of walks for the Twins shortstop. 0-1 pitch. And that evens the count. Oswalt about ready to deliver his 20th pitch of the inning. Right-handers ready to check a first. And the pitch inside. 2-1 to Dozier. Oswalt back to the plate and gets that changeup in for a strike. Now that's a pitch that Roy has started featuring more and more as he gets himself into pitching shape, and I'm talking about the mental part of it along with the physical part. He said his command of that pitch will improve, and it's become a big weapon for him. There's a base hit to center field by Dozier. Got a fastball up and out over the plate and shot it right back through the box. So a pair of singles here in the inning, and the Twins have runners at first and second for Jamie Carroll. Mike Napoli going to have a little chat with Roy Oswalt to see what they want to do, probably about the signs with a runner at second base. First occasion they've had to go over a series of signs today. Domit, the runner at second base, and Brian Dozier, the runner at first. Here's Jamie Carroll, who snapped an 0 for 17 with a single yesterday. And he takes strike one. Carroll, a little bit of experience from his National League days against Oswalt. 2 out of 8, as you will note. Oswalt's 0-1 pitch. And it's a ball and a strike. Jamie Carroll brought in by the Twins after spending a couple years with the Dodgers. Really a solid defensive player, and they needed somebody to kind of take over as a captain of the infield, if you will. Jamie Carroll not looked on for his offense all that much, which, as you can tell by that number, probably a pretty good thing for the Twins. Having a tough July. He's in front of the count, though. 2 balls and a strike.
You know, the last couple of games, Roy was ahead of a lot of hitters, 0-2, and couldn't put them away. Today he's been behind most of the hitters.
Oswald nods in agreement. He is set for the 2-1 pitch. That's out of play to the right. Yeah, the first hitter, Oswald fell behind Denard Span 3-0 and finally came back to get him. Oswald hasn't walked anybody, but that 45 pitch total right now would tell you that he's had a lot of long at bats, 7-8 pitches at times. Trying to get the Rangers off the field, back to the dugout. Let them do some swinging of their lumber themselves. The 2-2 pitch. Way outside. The count has gone full, and with 2 outs, that'll allow Domit and Dozier to be off and moving with the next Oswald offering. Get an idea of the pitch percentages. Almost 75% fastballs. Oswald ready. The runner's on the move. 3-2 pitch got him swinging. Took something off and got it away to Carroll for the strikeout. So 2 hits in the inning, but 2 men left for the Twins. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Rangers coming up in a scoreless ball game on Fox Sports Southwest. Battle for World Series home field advantage. It's this Tuesday at 6:30 Central on Fox. The road to October starts now. Now we head to bottom half of inning number 2. Michael Young, David Murphy, and Mike Napoli to do the swinging against the 27-year-old right-hander. Cole DeVries in the first inning gave up a hit and a walk, but was able to work out of trouble as Cruz flied out to right field. So here's Michael, dropped down to the number 6 slot in the order for the first time in quite a while yesterday. Matter of fact, it's the first time he's hit this far down in the order since his first couple of years in the major leagues. DeVries back to the plate, and Young takes the pitch outside. It's 1-1. Michael has had some success, though, against the Twins, as you'll see. Check swing. Did he go around? Yes, he did. And it's a ball and 2 strikes.
To the naked eye, it always looks like the hitter checked his swing. That was one of those 50-50 check swings. Could have gone either way. But then when you see the replay, hitter always goes a little bit farther than you thought he did.
Young, a drive to right field. Revere to his right, and the ball hangs up for him. He's able to grab it. Coors Light with the freeze cam, and guys getting their all-star jerseys yesterday. Rod Washington, the American League manager of the all-star game, presenting them to the 8 Rangers who will be in Kansas City on Tuesday night. And there's the whole group along with the coaches that Wash has taken to Kansas City. A 1-out, bases empty for David Murphy. Murph at 289 with 9 home runs and 32 driven in. Good on base percentage. Murph drawing his share of walks and maybe a couple more. Pretty good guy to have hitting in the number 7 slot for you. All things being equal, that tells you how potent this lineup can be when guys are swinging the bats well. Murphy takes a strike and it's 1-1. Murph, a 474 hitters you'll see in his last 8 ball games. Kind of fooled on that off-speed pitch and chips it foul. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Cole DeVries in his 3rd tour of duty with the Twins this year. He's been kind of on that yo-yo string, up and down between AAA and the big leagues. Couple of spot starts. He's hoping he's there to stay. Out of the University of Minnesota. Swing and a miss as Murphy went up. Couldn't get high enough to get on top of that DeVries fastball.
That was a good idea by DeVries. Domet put his glove up high, trying to see if David would swing at a pitch out of the strike zone. So the catcher saying, I want this pitch high. And we got David to chase it. Good execution right there of the plan.
First strikeout of the evening. There are 2 gone, bases empty, and here's Mike Napoli. And strike 1 poured through by DeVries. Napoli at just 229. Well, he has really had his struggles the last few weeks. Just 3 for his last 28. And takes a breaking ball. It's 0-2. Knapp, the starting catcher for the American League All-Stars. And he has had success, as those numbers tell you, against the Twins in his career. 0-2 pitch coming to him. And it's 1-2. Cole DeVries, the 28th Minnesota native to play for the home state Twins. One-two pitch. Call strike 3. DeVries gets back-to-back strikeouts. The Rangers go in order in the second. And after 2 complete, Rangers nothing, Twins nothing on Fox Sports Southwest. Baseball on Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Head to your Texas Ford dealer and drive the best in Texas. By AT the nation's largest 4G network. AT rethink possible. And by Jack in the Box. Get the All-American Jack Combo, a no-nonsense burger, fries, and a drink for only $4.99 plus tax. Now the wind whipping up here at Rangers Ballpark. And
at least in the booth it just started.
Yeah. Wind turned around. It was blowing in from right center field, and now it's blowing in from left field. As Oswalt goes to work in the third inning to the top of the order for the Twins. Denard Span flied out to right field to start things here this afternoon. He finds himself down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes.
Well, the one thing you don't have to worry about in today's game is the bullpen. You could pitch 30 innings today if you had to.
Everybody
Plenty of
available.
rest.
You got 4 days off, or in some cases 3. Chopper foul outside first. Now, even Scott Feldman, who threw the other night, is available down there if needed. Roy Oswalt kind of trying to make that a moot point. Get deep into the ball game, give the Rangers an opportunity to score a few runs and head to the All-Star break on a winning note. A ball and 2 strikes to Denard Span.
Ouch.
Yeah. Right off the knuckles. And on out to Ian Kinsler. That's out number 1. That's something that Oswalt has been able to do today that he wasn't able to do in Chicago. Get that ball in to left-handers particularly.
For sure. That same pitch in Chicago was coming right back over the middle of the plate. A nice quick inning would serve Roy well right here. Had a lot of pitches in the first and second inning.
As it stands right now, he is about ready to throw his 53rd pitch of the contest to Ben Revere, who lined out to Ian Kinsler first time up. And that slow breaking ball is a bit low for ball 1. Good numbers for Revere on the season. He has been a very consistent player. Tough play for Andrews. Off balance throw right on the money. Got him.
What a play. He knew he didn't have time to plant. He had to throw on the run because Revere gets down the line. So the art is to catch the ball and throw it accurately on the run. He definitely did it. And got him easily.
Boy.
Nice play.
That, folks, is an all-star play. Very fitting, too. Yeah, you mentioned, Tom, and he knew he didn't have time to set and throw. That takes forethought. I mean, you've got to know that before you ever start going after the ball.
Yeah, don't you think, Buzz, first couple of years in the big leagues, there were times where he didn't stop to think who the hitter was, and he'd make a casual throw and the guy would beat it out? That's something you have to say to yourself as a defensive player. What are you going to do if it's hit to me based on who the runner is?
Right.
Comes with experience, I guess, and maturity.
That's right. It's been fun to watch Elvis this year. He's made so many strides. And I know Ron Washington, although he doesn't want to give Elvis a big head about the whole thing, he beams when he talks, when Elvis isn't around, about what Andrus has done.
Well, Wash has had, kind of a rare opportunity with Elvis to watch him grow as a young pup, 20 years old when he got to the big leagues. Hasn't played in the big leagues for anybody but Wash. Kind of like a proud papa.
1-2 pitch, and there's a chopper out to second. It will be the inning you wanted, Tom. The quick and easy 10-pitch inning for Roy Oswalt. 3 up, 3 down after 2.5. We are scoreless between the Twins and the Rangers on Fox Sports Southwest. for dinner every Wednesday night from now through August the 8th and enter to win free Rangers tickets. Visit iloveontheborder.com for more details. The crowd enjoying the cloud cover that is settled in over the ballpark. No shadows involved, so the outfielders are loving that a little bit. It's cooled off. Temperature dropping into the mid-80s or so.
It's dropped about 8 degrees in the last 15 minutes.
Craig Gentry starting things off against Cole DeVries and looks at a strike. It's 0-1.
One thing that hasn't dropped, the volume of packages we've received.
Holy cow. No, you aren't kidding. It hasn't.
This is an all-star break package day.
Swinging a miss on that slow breaking ball. Yeah.
Got some cookies from the Boren family here to celebrate their daughter Melissa's 15th birthday. Thank you for the cookies. Get some great recipes too that go back years and years and years. Grandmas, great grandmas. Got some of Mama's old-fashioned chocolate cake in the pan, which looks great. We're going to try that. That's from Mike and Sherry Moore from Fairfield, Texas. Melissa Merriman from Arlington. Stephen Adair from Fort Worth. Thank you very much for that.
DeVries with a 1-2 pitch, and Gentry fouls it back.
Here's one from Terry and Trinity Singer from Wiley, Texas. We wanted to share our favorite brownies made just for you by my sister and me using our Meemaw's, Betty Billingsley's, secret recipe.
Ooh,
so
a secret.
when you try those brownies, you're going to like them. They're from their Meemaw's, their best recipe.
I like those secret recipes.
Yeah. I shared some of the Snickerdoodle cake balls from Becky and Tim Farrell from Bedford, Texas. Becky sends them up frequently, and I shared them with the people down in front of us, and they spread them around in one of the sections here, and they all looked up and gave a thumbs up for those. So good job with those, Becky. Here's one of my favorites too. Joe from Irving sent up grilled chicken. He's at the game in the parking lot grilling. And there's why the wind is coming in.
Yeah.
He might come back to second base.
And it's going to be the second baseman, Jamie Carroll, out there. He did not give up on that ball, knowing which way the wind was blowing, and went out to make the catch. Boy, a huge, huge bolt of lightning and a clap of thunder.
That ball was headed for pretty much straightaway center field, and barely got past second base the way the wind is kicked up. Anyway, Joe from Irving, thank you for sharing. You must have had a great cookout down there if the chicken was any example of what you guys cooked. Got some oatmeal cake made by Grace Isaacs for her husband John's 60th birthday today. From Canadian, Texas. That's the second thing we've gotten in a couple of weeks from Canadian, Texas. Recognize that name. And one of our favorites is always the sopapilla cheesecakes we get. Kyle Gatewood was here in May celebrating his 10th birthday. Today he's here celebrating his dad's birthday. No wonder I'd recognize that sopapilla cheesecake. We've gotten it twice. Can't slip that by us. This one says, please enjoy the world famous, at least in my world, banana pudding. Cindy Boaz, one of our season ticket customers. It was award-winning, Cindy. We all tried it. It was great. Thank you.
He in a swing and a miss. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
We got a couple of hats and a couple of emblems from the Little League World Series from Juan Garza. He's on his way to the Little League World Series this year. He's going to umpire up there. Sent us a couple of hats. So good luck up there, Juan. I hope you have a great time.
Kinsler a drive to center field, but right dead in his tracks is Denard Span and takes care of it for out number 2. Yeah, before Elvis steps in, let's head on down to Emily Jones. Em?
Well, there is something to be said for entering the All-Star break on a high note, but these Rangers not putting too much emphasis on this game today.
It's always good to finish in our first half winning. I think the last few years we haven't finished in a strong that we won, but that's the way it is. I think that everybody's a little, waiting for that break, a little a little tired. You know that the first half is about to end, but we got to finish strong. I think that yesterday was a great game for us, and hopefully we can win the series today.
So a win would be nice. It is not imperative, but it would probably make that 4-day break a little more enjoyable should they be able to come out on top in this one, guys.
Yeah, I think you're right, Emily. You better put some rocks in your pockets down there. It's kicking up pretty good down here.
It is. It is.
Goodness.
As Elvis might say.
Yeah. It's Elvis. It's a strike. He's down on the count 0-2.
We had some deluxe chocolate bars from the famous kitchen of Faye Whitlow in Marshall, Texas. That's an honor. Cookies from Don and Lauren Venable from Georgetown, Texas, celebrating their first anniversary here with the Rangers. Thank you very much.
Breaking ball, and Elvis gone on strikes. The third punch out by Cole DeVries. Scoreless ball game. Both pitchers pretty good today. 3 hits for given up by Oswald and just 1 hit given up by DeVries. 3 strikeouts for the younger right-hander and 57 pitches for Roy. Struggling at times to put guys away, but you have to say this, he's been able to battle back and have no damage done against him so far. Josh Willingham leading off the top of the 4th inning. Willingham ran it into a fielder's choice that ended the 1st inning for the Twins. You know, Chuck Morgan made an announcement here at the ballpark, as Chuck always does. Chuck is really good about letting folks know what's going on, and he let the folks in the upper deck know that there's some thunderstorms headed our way and be on the alert.
Recommended that the upper deck come down lower, but most of them are staying put.
Yeah. Chuck does a great job of making people aware here at the ballpark of their safety, and not only helping them enjoy the game, but helping them stay safe also. 2-0 pitch, and that is off the outside corner. So Oswalt falling behind. 3 balls and no strikes to Willingham. And there's a strike.
We also had a badge buzz of Toll House white chip macadamia nut cookies. Trey Stewart, Bowie, Texas. 8th birthday, first Ranger game today. And he says, be sure cousin Emily gets a cookie.
Cousin M.
Must be one of Emily's relatives. So we'll save you one then.
Very good.
Patty Bozeman is a huge Ranger fan. She's watching at home recovering from spinal surgery. So Patty, hope your recovery goes well. Thanks for watching. We got some chocolate chips. It says, if you can't beat them, join them. Go Cookie Talk. LSB. So thank you, LSB, for the words of confidence.
Payoff pitch is low, ball 4, and Willingham draws the first walk allowed by Oswalt today. A leadoff pass here in the 4th inning, and it'll bring up Justin Morneau. Oswalt with that changeup, and that's the 5th at bat already against Oswalt that has been 7 pitches or more. Here's Morneau, who grounded a short his first time up. And with a man on and nobody out, Oswalt would like exactly the same thing, please. And the first pitch is fouled away to the left. First time up, you remember Oswalt really stayed away nicely from Morneau, with the exception of one pitch where he got inside on him. And it looked like that changed Morneau's thinking, because he wasn't real aggressive on the pitches away after that. 0-1 pitch. And that's a little bit low and inside. A ball and a strike. Oswalt leaning in to get the sign. He's ready to work. Inside, snap throw to first, and a little bit off target. Willingham back with a dive. Mike Napoli coming up out of that crouch and firing it down to Michael Young. Willingham saying something to first base coach Jerry White. Something like, hey, don't let me get that far off again, please. 2-1. And Oswalt to the plate. Breaking ball, and that's chop foul. You know, off toward the left field side, up above the left field stands, you can kind of see a shaft of rain. They've got an intermittent rainbow up there. Looks like it's several miles to the east of the ballpark, but apparently these storms kind of moving in a westerly direction. So we may be in for a little rain shower activity. 2-2 pitch. Pretty good fastball, and it's foul back. Oswalt just about ready to throw his 70th pitch of the evening. 43 of the first 69 have been strikes. And fouled away again. That was the changeup that time. Kind of goes back, Tom, to what you were talking about the Chicago game that Oswalt pitched, about not being able to put guys away, and it's costing him a lot of pitches. Not a lot of base hits necessarily today, but a lot of pitches.
Yeah. He makes a pitch like that and then doesn't get a call. He's either just missing on the corners or making a pitch and not getting a call. Last pitch looked like a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, I think we're in Napoli. Yeah.
The 7th pitch was all the way in the strike zone. I don't know how that's not called a strike.
Long drive to right field. Cruz going back into the corner at the wall. He reaches up and makes the catch. Bangs into the padding and comes back toward the field. What a play by Nelly Cruz.
Well, he gave it up for the wall right there. Not sure he knew exactly where the wall was, but he didn't care. He caught the ball, took the blow, went down, and he's still smiling. Boy, that almost went from what should have been called strike 3 to a 2-run homer. Fortunately, that ball stayed in Nelly's glove. That pitch to Morneau, the second to the last pitch, should have been strike 3.
Oh, a nice play by Nelly Cruz. My goodness, I didn't think that ball had a chance to stay in the ballpark when he hit it.
That had to blow back. Because it doesn't take much to hit it out right there.
No. A 1 out. Ryan Domed, who singled his first time to the plate, took outside for ball 1. Rangers still looking for that ground ball they can turn into a double play. Here's the big slow curveball that nibbles its way onto the outside corner for a strike. Don't hit the switch hitter. Long-time Pittsburgh Pirate backstop. And that fastball just missed. 2 balls and a strike.
It just doesn't look like he's getting a whole lot of close pitches called strikes.
And that's fouled away, and it evens the count now at 2-2. Well, Chris Conroy, the home plate umpire, with a AAA call-up illness replacement. And Conroy and Mike Napoli have been having kind of a running discussion. Napoli not turning around and saying anything, but you can tell he's talking to the umpire.
Wow. That knock. The players are coming off the field whether they want them to or not.
Yeah. Holy cow.
Willingham at first base went down on all fours. I don't blame him. Wow.
That knocked me down.
That thing came out of nowhere.
Sure did. My goodness. So we're going to have a delay here, more of lightning and safety right now than anything. And Chuck Morgan's suggestion is being heeded by the folks in the upper deck. They are heading for some cover.
Well, I tell you, the first people off the field were the players. They weren't, except for those 4.
Goodness. So we are going to put a halt to things. They're going to put the tarp on. Apparently rain heading this way also. Temperatures cooled off dramatically. It's down to 80 degrees. And here's what happened in case you weren't paying attention at that moment.
Watch Williams. Thought he was under attack.
Yep.
And I don't blame him.
Everybody in the field had the same reaction.
Not taking any chances.
No.
I'd be right there with him too, boy.
Well, you had all that metal gear on. I'm not staying around.
I jumped right out of my chair on that.
I did too. I did too.
I don't think I've ever heard a louder clap of thunder than that.
I haven't. Well, that reminds me of a story in Cleveland. We had an evening like this where there were storms all around. We had a real big clap of thunder. I was pitching and Buck Martinez was catching. And lightning all around. I'm scared to death of lightning anyway. Buck comes out there. He gets halfway to the man. He wanted to talk to me because I was throwing terrible. I said, Buck, turn around and go the other way. You got all the equipment on. I don't want you out here with me. I even changed to rubber spikes. That's how paranoid I was about it.
You can't. I don't think being scared of lightning is paranoid. I think it's smart.
One more time. In real time, this is what happened. You see everybody flinch in the stands, and umpires, players alike spread out. They're gone.
It just came out of nowhere. There was no rumbling or anything.
Yeah.
There hasn't been anything since then.
My goodness.
Umpires are going out to talk to the grounds crew.
Getting dark, as you can see out there. There's another flash of lightning. Dennis Lyon is going to talk with Jeff Kellogg. And out beyond the left field stands out there, you can see it's a very hazy type of situation, which would indicate a lot of rain out there.
And it looks like there's a big cell right over here that not much in front of it or behind it, but
there you go.
Hopefully it goes by and we get on with it.
Yeah. Well, this time of year, it's hard to tell what's going to happen. These are kind of odd anyway, where you get storms moving from east to west through the Metroplex. And one of the oddities of summertime, some of these summer storms pack a pretty good wallop, but usually aren't long in duration.
Well, they haven't put the tarp on yet. They've got it ready to be put on. So there must be some doubt whether it's going to come right by the ballpark, but in case it does, they'll be ready. There's Dennis Klein, our groundskeeper, along with the umpires.
Now they've got a couple of monitors down in the umpires tunnel that they can go look at that has weather radar and I would imagine weather service information on it. So Dennis Klein probably going to go down and take a look at that and inform the umpires of what his judgment would be. Ron Washington talking with Eric Cooper, veteran umpire, and probably saying, did that scare you as much as it scared me? I was ducking.
There wasn't
Wow.
anybody. There wasn't one person in this ballpark, 45,000 people, including umpires, ushers, you name it, that didn't jump on that. If you say you didn't jump at that, you're lying.
Yep.
Knapp got out of there in a hurry.
Yeah,
He's
did.
laughing now, but he wasn't laughing before.
Yeah, it started my heart, and I want to make sure it kept beating because that's why I got off the field.
Well, Josh Willingham went down on all fours.
Yeah.
It's like he was being attacked.
Yeah.
I'm not making fun of him. I would have done the same thing.
Exactly. Exactly. I'd never seen Mike Napoli's eyes that big. He's still, yep, I made the right decision. I don't know what you guys were waiting for. I was out of there. So we're going to have a bit of a delay here, and as soon as Dennis Klein gets an idea of what the situation is, he will inform the umpires, and that'll probably determine whether they're going to put the tarp on or not, whether the storm is really going to dump some rain here or whether it's just a lightning event.
And without that one clap of thunder, we'd still be playing.
Yeah.
Because nothing's happened since then. I mean, it's relatively cloudy, but nothing right now would keep you from playing.
And they're checking the radar over the Twins dugout. They've got their own source.
Nice thing is it's down to 79 degrees. Started out in the mid 90s. It's down to 79 degrees. That feels nice.
Yes, it does. That it does. So it's still a scoreless ball game. When we stopped, count of 2 balls and 2 strikes on Ryan Domit. Josh Willingham, the fallen runner at first base, although he did crawl off the field after he went down. And when we resume, he will be back at first base. Twins, though, have 3 hits in the game. Rangers have just 1 hit. So it's been kind of a pitcher's duel between Cole DeVries, the 27-year-old right-hander for the Twins, and the 34-year-old right-hander for the Rangers, Roy Oswalt.
They're all saying exactly what happened to them when they heard it. Knapp was showing he was giving the sign to Oswalt when it went off. Jackie Moore's just listening to all the stories. They'll have something to talk about for a while, that's for sure.
Yeah, Jackie, the old catcher, I'm sure he can identify with Mike Napoli's reaction. I'm sure Jackie got caught in a few thunderstorms in his time with all that equipment on. Wind blowing out, playing, as you can see, playing havoc with the tarp. One of the most dangerous things in the baseball business when you're on the field like that is trying to handle a tarp in a high wind. You get some of the...
You could hold on as tight as you can and get flown about 40 feet in the air. You got to let go of those things, boy.
Some of the all-time blooper shots are of the tarp crew trying to get the tarp either on or off the field and having a big gust of wind throw people all over the ballpark. Yeah, it looks like the grounds crew now trying to spread the tarp out and at least get it nailed down so that it doesn't blow away. Wind continuing to blow pretty good in from left field, which is out of the east or east-southeast. And the forecast tonight had indicated about a 40% chance of rain. We haven't seen any rain here at the ballpark yet. It looks like there might be some in the offing just off to the east, but no raindrops have fallen yet. Just the huge clap of thunder and bolt of lightning that scared everybody half to death. And the tarp now is going on the field, and they will try to get it nailed down if they can keep it where it is, if the wind doesn't blow it all over the place. That tarp, working with that tarp is pretty tough work. I mean, you got guys out there that are handling, I don't know what that thing weighs, probably a ton or so, and you put it all together. You get wind up underneath that, and it can do make some people turn some flips that they weren't intending to. But the grounds crew here always one of the best in baseball. And Dennis Klein has done a terrific job with this field and getting these guys to take care of it. They know what they're doing. And they get a hand from the crowd. That's nice up to get that tarp down, and now they'll stake it down so that a sudden gust of wind doesn't get under there and move it out of place or move it to a different city. And for the most part, the folks in the upper deck have, probably 2/3 of them have heeded Chuck Morgan's warning and headed for shelter.
You're better off to be in a safe spot than have to get there all of a sudden and get prevented from doing it by congestion in the aisles.
Yep. I understand Jim Knox has Dennis Klein by the hand. Jim?
All right, thank you, Buzz. Now putting down the stakes. Dennis, what can you tell us? What do you see on the radar?
It just looks like light rain as it's getting to us. It started out pretty heavy out east. Now it's kind of lightening up a little bit. It looked like it might be enough to pull the tarp, so we just pulled it across. So hopefully we won't get anything. We can get back to playing.
So a holding pattern right now?
Holding pattern right now. Definitely going to get this game in. So.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thanks, Dennis. Good job getting the tarp down, Buzz.
All right, Jim. Thank you. Yeah, great job getting the tarp down. Well, that's good news that these storms, from what I understand, tend to diminish, I guess, as the sun starts to go down and you get less heating. But glad to hear it's abating a little bit as it moves in our direction. It's still a pretty good topic of conversation, though, going on in that Ranger dugout.
What they ought to do is they ought to go back and watch the replays of it. Then they could really see what it all looked like.
I'm sure they will see it. You can believe whoever had the best reaction, probably Napoli, is going to catch the worst of the kidding from the other guys. But nobody is going to be without some kind of blame to bear as far as their reaction to that clap. Well, you might want to check out our Coors Light Cold Hard Blast, and we're talking about a blast now. Check this one out. That may be the best jump I've ever seen Napoli get.
I thought the best reactions were around first base.
Yeah.
When Josh Willingham went down and Jerry White went down, almost down, and then tried to kind of run off the field. Jerry White's the first base coach.
Apparently, Mike Napoli already having to explain himself a little bit. Mike, where were you going? Well, I was going to get the gear off is where I was going. I'm not going to be out here with all this metal on me.
I'm going to try to show it again. Yeah. When we do, focus at the guys around first base, the runner and the coach.
We get a shot from center field now.
Watch the coach and the runner at first base and the umpire.
It looked like Jerry White
was going to run into our dugout if he could.
It looked like he was going to go over and tackle Jeff Kellogg, the umpire, to start off with. And figured out
he's going to grab him and hope he helped him.
And now we've got the rain coming down. So the light rain that Dennis Klein talked about coming in. Hopefully this won't last too long, and we can get back to playing baseball. But fortunately, they got the tarp down, and it is covered. But until the time that we can get back to playing baseball, we're going to have an episode for you of Rangers baseball. So sit back and enjoy Rangers Insider on Fox Sports Southwest. Twins and the Rangers just about ready to get back underway after what's going to be about a 44-minute weather delay. Lightning first, and then the rain came, and it rained pretty heavily for maybe 10 minutes or so, but fortunately the tarp was down and the field in great playing condition as Roy Oswalt is starting to take his warm-up tosses, and guys around the infield getting loose. We are just about ready to get things back underway. The situation when we left you, other than us being scared to death by that clap of thunder and the bolt of lightning, had Josh Willingham at first base and one out, a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ryan Domit. Willingham, I'm not sure his heart's beating at a normal rhythm still. It's been a while.
That might be someone else in Willingham's uniform going out to first base. No, we made fun of the guys and their reaction, but all of us would have done the exact same thing if we were on the field when that went off. Everybody was frightened by that blast. That was unusual.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever experienced something like that at a ballpark before. Been on a golf course and had things like that happen, but
usually you hear some rumblings and something that kind of leads up to it. That just came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
they're talking about it now.
Yeah, that's going to be a topic of conversation for a while between these two teams.
I guarantee you, Michael went back and saw the replay.
Yeah,
watch Willingham, and Jerry White's the first base coach. To the right. Watch Jerry White. He's going up to hide behind the umpire.
That's a smart move. Now, Mother Nature wouldn't mess with umpires either, so I guess Jerry's going to hide right next to Jeff Kellogg.
Oh, man.
If Mother Nature's taking the umpire, he's taking me too. Oh, that's great. And Roy Oswald, I hadn't noticed until about the third time I saw that. Oswald had just come set in his stretch motion. He just come set at the belt, and that thing hit, and he didn't know which way to go for a second. He was doing a stutter step trying to figure out what the best way to get off the mound was.
Imagine if that happened a split second later, like right when he was in his windup getting ready to throw the ball. That's worth laughing at now, but it was scary when it happened.
Fortunately, nobody was hurt, and it's just one of those things you file away under the darndest things I've seen at a baseball game. Michael Young and Josh Willingham talking to each other, and Steve Little, the third base coach, having a good laugh with Adrian Beltre. All right, we're set to get back underway. Jerry White sneaking back out toward the first base coach's box, checking the skies, make sure everything's okay. And we're pretty good. Looks like all the clouds are pretty well parted. We're set to go. Field in great shape. A count of 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out to Ryan Domit. Oswald's pitch. A double play ground ball to Elvis.
That was quick.
Kinsler. Young. Boom. Thunder for the second time. This one in the form of a 2-ball. And Roy Oswald throws 1 pitch, gets the inning finished with. On to the bottom of the 4th. We are still scoreless. A look at tonight's AT trivia question. Who was the first Ranger to hit a home run in an All-Star game? I'll give you happening to think about that. Rangers have had a lot of home run hitters go to the All-Star game, so you've had a lot of choices. Rangers could use a home run here. Scoreless ball game, just 4 hits total in the ball game. The only hit for the Rangers, Ian Kinsler's leadoff base hit in the first inning. Cole DeVries has retired the last 7 Rangers that he's faced, and he will face Josh Hamilton to start things off in the bottom of the 4th. Hamilton, Beltre, and Cruz to do the swinging against Cole DeVries. Hamilton kind of rolled over on an off-speed pitch his first time up, grounded out to Morneau, the first baseman. And another off-speed pitch. That one's down and in. Josh takes it for ball 1. .312 the average for Josh Hamilton. 1-0 pitch to him. High fly ball to center field. That sends Span back. He stops right in front of the warning track. It makes the catch for out number 1. Now let's say hello to Jim Knox again. Jim.
All right, thanks, Buzz. John Blake of the Texas Rangers here to talk about a big equipment drive. What's this all about, John?
Well, Jim, when we were so rudely interrupted by Mother Nature, was getting ready to talk about the Rangers Baseball Tomorrow equipment drive, which we do every year. So from now until the end of July, we're asking fans to bring new or gently used baseball equipment to Academy Sports and Outdoors locations in the Metroplex. The big finale is going to be on Saturday, July 28th here at the ballpark. Fans can drop off their equipment between 4:30 and 7:30. The equipment goes for the junior RBI and the RBI programs that the foundation does. It's a great cause. Mitch Moreland, the honorary spokesman, we're asking everybody to help out again this year.
Great. Okay, so get that used baseball equipment, bring it here to the ballpark, as well as Academy Sports and Outdoors. Appreciate it, John. Good job.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, there we go, Buzz.
All right, Jim. Thanks very much. A good cause. It serves a lot of youngsters around the Metroplex. Adrian Beltre, the hitter, he takes outside. That's 2 balls and no strikes now. Beltre walked in the first inning. His only trip to the plate against Cole DeVries. 27-year-old right-hander back to the plate, and Beltre shoots one high in the air to right field. Revere backpedaling just a bit. Hangs on to it for out number 2. Well, folks, the Boston Red Sox make their only regular season appearance in Texas during the Rangers' first home series following the All-Star break. And that starts on July 23rd. You know the tickets are going to go fast, so get yours for the 3-game set today. Just go to TexasRangers.com or call 972-RANGERS. So 2 outs on 2 fly balls here in the 4th inning. Nelly Cruz, who skied to right field in the first, steps in.
The only hit the Rangers have had, leadoff hit by Ian Kinsler.
Yep.
That's it. And then a walk to Beltre, which looked like almost a semi-intentional walk.
And since then, DeVries has set down 9 straight.
Yeah, DeVries is a kid who wasn't drafted out of the University of Minnesota. 31 and 38 in his minor league career with an ERA right at 4. 665 hits and 600 innings. So successful, not dominant, but a successful minor league pitcher.
Just looking at him, Tom, do you think that falls in the category of not a big, hard-throwing right-hander, so he wasn't drafted?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
A radar gun victim.
Radar gun victim for sure. If he was left-handed, he probably would have been drafted, but
exactly.
Right-handers throwing less than 90.
No
22 years old, probably not.
Yeah, he's done the job here. He gets his 10th straight hitter to be retired. The Rangers down in order. We'll go to the 5th. Roy Oswalt back to the hill. Oswalt threw one pitch after the delay and got a double play in the first pitch of the top of the 5th inning is fouled away by Trevor Plouffe. Bottom third of the Twins order, Plouffe, Dozier, and Carroll. Oswalt with his 79th pitch of the night. It's a breaking ball that's in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike to Plouffe. Plouffe, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Roy Oswalt has struck out 2, and they both came in the 2nd inning. Plouffe and then Jamie Carroll. He started into the windup and thought better of it. Didn't like the footing. Now the 1-1 pitch. Oswalt back to the plate. Hard hit ball, but pulled well foul just over the tarpaulin and into and out of the stands.
I have a birthday wish, Buzz. Mary Jo Young of Clarksville will be 84 years old tomorrow. We won't be here, so we're going to wish her happy birthday today.
Congratulations. Plouffe waiting. Oswalt back to him. Misses low and inside. The count has gone full. And Roy has walked just one. That was a leadoff walk in the 4th inning to Willingham, and he was erased after the rain delay on that double play grounder. Payoff pitch up the middle and behind second base Kinsler. Strong throw, and he gets Plouffe.
Another ball that Roy was able to get in on a hitter. Jammed Plouffe with that ball. Looked like a line drive up the middle, which I guess it was. It just wasn't hit very hard. Didn't get through the middle. Took a little soft bounce, and Ian turned it into an out, but that time the good movement hit him right off the handle. The result was that little soft line drive.
And Ian shading that way, didn't have too terribly far to go. So the first out in the books, and Brian Dozier takes a pitch up and in. A breaking ball that hung high and tight to the right-hander. Dozier singled to center field his first time to the plate. That was back in the 2nd. Swings and pops it up. Shallow center field. Gentry coming on. Plenty of time to get there. That's out number 2.
Well, in some of the games where Roy has given up a lot of hits, he actually had a pretty good curveball. Today he's only thrown a handful of curveballs, and you wouldn't say he's had his good curveball today. Most of his outs, most of his pitches have been fastballs. He's concentrating on locating his fastball and using the movement to hit the hitters off the bad part of the bat.
It seems like he's throwing just enough curveballs and changeups to establish it in the hitter's mind that he might do it.
Yeah.
There's Jamie Carroll, who went down swinging his first time to face Oswalt. Carroll, the veteran middle infielder, 237 average, but 25 RBI for the guy that isn't really relied upon for a lot of offense. That's pretty good for the production in the bottom of your order. 1 ball, 1 strike. Twins come into this game hitting .259 as a team. That's good for 7th in the league. Getting just a little bit better than that with runners in scoring position at .260. And again, fouled off to the right. Oswalt the advantage in the count now, 1-2. 2 areas where the Twins really have problems. Home run wise, they're 12th in the American League, only 73, and they are dead last in team ERA. They came in at 4.93. The 1-2 pitch just off the outside corner. Like a slider that time from Oswalt, and that's a pitch you don't see him throw all that much either. It's a pitch he's added as the years have gone by, that and relying more on the changeup also. He's no longer in the mid-90s with a fastball. Now time called by Carroll as Oswalt started into the windup, but Carroll not quite ready. When Oswalt was winning 20-plus games for the Astros in the mid-2000s, he relied on a 94, 95, 96 mile-an-hour fastball. A fair ball as Napoli jumped out from behind home plate to grab that little tapper. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Oswald, the second time that he has sent the Twins down in order. Halfway through the ball game, it's still the Twins nothing, the Rangers nothing on Fox Sports Southwest. Season options with a Fan Choice 20 game plan. Enjoy the flexibility of selecting the 20 games you want and choose from 10 locations. All that starting at only $100 per plan. The Fans Choice plan is available for a limited time at TexasRangers.com or call 972-RANGERS extension 3. Michael Young starting things off and fouls off the first pitch from Cole DeVries. Michael hit the ball sharply his first time, line to the right fielder Ben Revere. Young, Murphy, and Napoli. 3 Rangers due up first in this 5th inning. Scoreless ball game, only 4 hits total in the contest, 3 of them by the Twins. That's well out of play down the right side, and the count is no balls and 2 strikes.
DeVries' last start was June 30th. Pitched well. He beat Kansas City 6 innings, 1 run, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts.
Now this is his 16th hitter that he has faced here this evening, and he's gone 0-2 on 5 of them. That's a pretty good percentage. Pitch foul back. And he's gotten ahead of the Ranger hitters and kept them off balance pretty well. He's retired 10 straight. As Tom told you, they only hit Ian Kinsler's leadoff single in the first, and the last base run of the Rangers had a 2-out walk by Adrian Beltre in the first inning. DeVries again, the 0-2 pitch. And Michael hanging tough. DeVries rubbing up that new baseball. Michael waiting patiently as Ryan Doman throws out the sign, and the pitch on the way, just outside. A ball and 2 strikes. Cole DeVries just 1 walk and 1 hit. He's punched out 3. Those 3 strikeouts came in the span of 5 batters. And Michael again flaring one out of play into the club level of seats. Now, second time through the order, and the first 5 hitters, second time they saw DeVries, couldn't do much with him. Michael trying to change that around, starting off the bottom of the 5th inning. Hard hit ball through the hole on the left side. Well, that snaps that 10 consecutive batters retired streak as Michael starts off the 5th inning, his first hit of the evening.
He's been keeping everything away from Michael. Tried to do the same thing with that curveball, but hung up just enough for Michael to get out in front of it. Hit well between short and third. Pretty good pitch to hit.
Yeah, that's where DeVries would have been better served, at least throwing one pitch inside to Michael to get him away from going outside. Doesn't that make it easier, Tom, when a guy's throwing you away and to adjust to the breaking ball?
Yeah, especially that one that stayed up above the knees.
David Murphy shoots one foul to the left. And Michael also did a good job making it a long at bat. That was a 7-pitch at bat that Michael had against DeVries.
Yeah, Michael was kind of in a defensive mode behind in the count 0-2, and he was throwing him a lot of good fastballs away. And the curveball was a pretty good pitch to hit.
Murphy hits one well to center field. Going back is Span. He stops, makes the catch, and Young will retreat to first. That is out number 1. Well, let's go back to our Fox Sports Southwest studios for a Mazda CX-5 game break. Here's Rick Renner. Woo, a thumping. Ball must have been jumping in Kansas City, huh? Goodness.
I can't wait to see that kid. He must be something.
Mike Napoli a check swing, but it's a strike. Knapp called out on strikes his first time to the plate. Mike still struggling to find his stroke.
Well, the fans are sure giving him a lot of encouragement.
Yep, that they are. Just off the outside corner. You know, when we were talking to Mike a couple weeks ago, he was a little frustrated because he said, you know, one day I'll feel pretty good. I'll have a good idea of what I want to do and be able to implement it. May not get hits, but at least I'll make the right swings at the ball. And he said the next day it's like I start all over again. 1-1 pitch to him. Pretty good hack there, but he fouled it straight back. Michael Young, a leadoff single. 1 out later, he's still at first base. Mike Napoli with a count of 1 ball and 2 strikes at the plate. Cole DeVries paying a lot of attention to Young at first. Breaking ball, and Napoli able to hold up on it. It's 2-2 now. Ron Gardenhire's club is just finishing up a 2-city road trip. They split 4 games in Detroit before coming in here. They split the first 2 games with the Rangers. So this ball game will determine how well their road trip went statistically. And the pitch low and inside. The count has gone full to Napoli. Napoli with a full count. We'll see if Ron Washington turns Michael Young loose. Napoli, though, been having trouble with the strikeouts all year long. He's among the top 7 or 8 in the league in strikeouts. Michael on the move, though. A swing and a miss. The throw to second. And the tag got him. Nice tag by Jamie Carroll, who short hopped it, had to reach back. And it's a strike him out, throw him out, double play. No runs, a hit, nobody left. We have finished 5 at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. Twins and Rangers scoreless on Fox Sports Southwest. Southwest is brought to you by Ace Cash Express, earning your trust since 1968. And by the Hyundai Fuel Efficiency Drive Sales Event. Now we head to the 6th inning. Denard Span in the top of the Twins order to face Roy Oswalt. Pulled high fastball is well out of play down the right side. Roy Oswalt, since the rain delay, has made now 15 pitches and gotten 4 outs, or 5 outs. I mean, that's pretty efficient. Denard Span, as you can see, 0 for 2. Flied to right, grounded to second. And Oswalt back with the 0-1. Popped him up. On the third base side, Elvis Andrews. A couple of steps into the outfield grass, makes the catch, and that is out number 1. Let's go to Jim Knox again. Jim.
All right, Buzz, the Fox Sports Southwest Fan Express rolled in from Central Texas this afternoon. That's right. Courtesy of Central Texas ESPN Radio. Paul, of course, the big host on that show, and a lot of guests on hand. You guys had a good time riding down the bus?
We're having a blast. We're having a blast.
There we go. Good to have you out here, as well as Yvonne, big-time Ranger fan. You never miss a game?
Never miss a game. I watch every game. Even when they're on the West Coast, I stay up to midnight every time they're playing.
There we go. And you even sent Tom something a couple weeks ago.
I even sent Tom and Steve some kolaches from West. They were homemade.
All right. Okay. So they got them, and they had a great time eating them. Appreciate it, Yvonne. Thank you very much, Central Texas. Good to see you guys. Buzz.
There's
Hi, Jim.
live and in person the people that send us our stuff.
Yep.
And we appreciate it. Isn't that nice?
That's terrific. 0-2, the count to Ben Revere.
Look
out, folks.
Man.
Just over the Twins dugout, and that hit from rows 1 to 4. That group from Central Texas.
That's great. That's just a great example, and I'd like to say this every now and then. If you're sitting in the front row, right up front, not even the front row, first 5 rows, anywhere around in there, and you've got little kids, you can't take your eye off any pitch.
Yep. Call strike 3. Got that backdoor hook, the slider coming in there, and Ben Revere caught window shopping.
In fact, it's important to place yourself somewhere where you can block the ball if it goes at one of the kids. A good, like slider, a cutter that came back and caught the outside corner. Nice pitch.
A third strikeout for Roy Oswalt, and Oswalt now has retired 7 straight. And here's Joe Mauer. Mauer is 1 for 2. Singled in the first, grounded to second in the 3rd inning. Line drive by Elvis Andrews into left field, a 2-out single. Well, Mauer continues his hot hitting. I mean, he has just been hot the entire season. And Progressive now will bring you the upcoming schedule. Look at what happens after the All-Star break. Seattle, Oakland, and L.A. Rangers on the road for the first 8 ball games in a 10-day trip. Then they come home. Boston's in town for 3, and the White Sox are in town the following weekend. Rangers trying to get to the All-Star break on a positive note. Get another win under their belt. First pitch to Willingham is outside for ball 1. Rangers, in case you missed it last night, I'm sure you didn't, but broke their 5-game losing streak. Had a 4-3 walk-off win in 10 innings. Willingham last night had a home run against Derek Holland. Derek Holland pitched pretty well last night, I thought. 6 innings of work and 3 runs. Fastball inside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. First time out, he made a couple of rehab starts since going on the disabled list, and last night took it out between the lines at his home ballpark here in Arlington. Michael holding Joe Mauer at first. And Oswalt ready to work. The 2-0 pitch. Hard hit, but pulled well foul. Willingham, a dead pull hitter, and the Rangers defense him that way too. Not very often you see in this ballpark everybody pulled well around to the left, but he hit a ball, if you remember, on Friday night, a towering fly ball down the right field line that Nelly Cruz had to run forever and just was able to catch up with it. And that went completely against the grain. Pitch outside to him. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. Pitch number 102 of the evening coming up from Roy Oswalt. It's inside and high for ball 4. That puts 2 men aboard for Justin Morneau. Second walk, second time that Josh Willingham has walked, and Mike Maddox is going to go out and slow things down a little bit for Roy, and also give the bullpen an opportunity to get things going out there.
Definitely pitching carefully to Willingham. He's walked him a couple of times. He's handled Morneau pretty well, though.
Speaking of Justin Morneau, this happened back in the 4th inning. The Brown Hand Center great hands of the game. A ball that looked like off the bat it was going to get out of here, but Nelly Cruz right back against the padding. What a play by the Ranger right fielder. That may have pushed. They may have to change the numbers out there on the wall. That may not be 349 anymore after Nelly ran into it. Maybe back a foot or two. Nelly Cruz, a great play, and Tanner Shepard's getting loosened in the Ranger bullpen in right center field. Oswalt now working to Morneau, who's 0 for 2. Ground ball up the middle. Elvis a dive, can't get it. Around third is Mauer. The throw goes back into second and safe. Just back in the nick of time was Joe Mauer, or I should say Josh Willingham, who had rounded second as Mauer was scoring. And Ron Washington going out to have a discussion with Eric Cooper. Heady play by Gentry to throw behind the runner, knowing he had no chance to get Mauer rounding third.
A little 2-out rally by Minnesota. First 2 guys were out quickly.
Wash got his say in and got maybe not the answer he wanted, but got a reasonable answer from Eric Cooper.
The ball hit off the end of the bat, but it found a hole up the middle. There's a great look at the play.
And if he calls him out right there, Mauer doesn't score, because that tag would have been made before Mauer crossed home plate.
That's very close play.
Yep.
Tough to argue with the call.
So the Twins take a 1-0 lead as Justin Morneau gets the RBI, his 38th of the year, and also extends his hitting streak to 10 straight ball games. And now Napoli out to kill some time talking to Roy Oswalt as Shepard continues to loosen in the Ranger bullpen. And home plate umpire Chris Conroy going out there to try and speed things up. Get a look at the pitch totals by innings. The second inning, which resulted in just a couple of hits and a couple of strikeouts. The big drain on the pitch total tonight for Roy Oswalt. Here's Shepard, and that's going to do it for Oswalt. He crossed the 100 pitch mark. He's at 103, and Ron Washington wants to try and keep the ball game right where it is, and he wants Tanner Shepard to come on in and try to do that. So Oswalt will be finished after 5 2/3. He will leave trailing 1-0, and the runners at first and second his responsibility. Nice round of applause for the veteran right-hander. Tanner Shepard's coming on in, and while he makes his way into the bullpen, we will take a short timeout. Be right back after this on Fox Sports Southwest.
Range, and regardless of what happens here tonight, it has been a very productive first half of the season for these Texas Rangers. Here are the skipper's observations of the first half.
It is something to ending on a good note. You get 4 days off, so I don't know if you can take that momentum and bottle it and bring it with you, but it's nice that if you can win going into the break, it makes your 4 days much better.
And Wash went on to say that he's impressed with the way that his team has handled adversity. Obviously, so many guys off and on the disabled list. This team could have a very different look post-All-Star break and in the next couple of weeks, so it should be interesting to see how they respond to that. Right now, though, a pretty good position with that 4-game lead in the American League West and among the best teams in baseball, guys.
All right, Emily, thank you. Tanner Scheppers enters the ball game, the 25-year-old right-hander from Mission Viejo, California. There are the numbers on Tanner. He's ahead in the count to Ryan Domit. No balls and 2 strikes. Willingham at second, Morneau at first. Time called momentarily. Josh Willingham walked with 2 outs. He's now at second base, and Justin Morneau put the Twins on top 1-0 with his RBI single. Check swing, he went around, and Scheppers a 3-pitch strikeout of Domit, and that will end the 6th inning for the Twins. They get a run on 2 hits, Strand 2. Bottom of the 6th coming up. Twins 1, Rangers 0 on Fox Sports Southwest. Brought to you by Sonic. Tonight, the jackpot is worth $1,700 and dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. Tonight, the Rangers are hitting for Vicky Howell of Bedford, Texas. If a Ranger hits a grand slam during this inning, Vicky Howell from Bedford will win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. Cole DeVries now with a 1-0 lead with which to work. And he will face Craig Gentry, and then back to the top of the order, Kinsler and Andrews. Gentry a pop out to second. His first time to the plate, goes after the first pitch. Hits it well to left center field on the run, and making the catch is Denard Span. Oh, good jump and read the ball well. And Gentry is a long out. There's 1 away for Ian Kinsler.
The Rangers have only had 2 hits. They've hit a few balls hard to the outfield, a couple line drives to center. Hamilton got underneath one just a little bit to the warning track. Having a hard time breaking through with any damage at all to DeVries.
No, Ian Kinsler up for his 3rd at bat of the night. He had a single to start things here for the Rangers tonight, but that was the only hit the Rangers had for 4.5 innings. 1 ball, no strikes. Now Kins at 275, as you will note. Checks his swing on the breaking ball, and the count goes to 2-0. Kinsler last time up line to Span in center field. Hit the ball right on the button, but had nothing to show for it. Another line drive. This one's going to fall in front of Span for a base hit. Well, Kinsler with his second hit of the night. A 1-out single, and that will bring up Elvis Andrus.
Another well-hit line drive. Good to see, and lining those balls instead of getting underneath them. A couple of well-hit line drive singles.
Well, Kinsler a threat to run at first, and Elvis, of course, handles the bat well. You have, as we talked about in the first inning, plenty of options with these two guys on base and at the plate. Elvis had a sacrifice bunt in the first inning and struck out his second time to the plate. And DeVries, quick step off to check Kinsler back. Elvis loves hitting in this ballpark, and over his last 11 ball games, that number pretty impressive for the Rangers shortstop. And throw to first, and Ian back with kind of a falling dive. Ron Washington has seen his second baseman, Ian Kinsler, steal 15 bases in 21 attempts. Rangers 65 as a team this year. Ground ball right back to DeVries. To second, on to first. It's a 1-6-3 double play. And a pretty dandy play turned in by Cole DeVries. Robbed Elvis and the Rangers. No runs a hit, nobody left. On to the seventh we go. The Twins won, the Rangers nothing on Fox Sports Southwest. $15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by the all-new Mazda CX-5 with 35 highway MPG. Now Tanner Shepard's out to face Trevor Plouffe to start things off in the seventh inning. Twins leading 1-0, and Shepard's first pitch is off the outside corner. Plouffe 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out and grounded to second base. Both those at bats against Oswald, and he bangs one to center field. That's in there for a leadoff single. And Plouffe, like his teammate Justin Morneau, extending his hitting streak to 10 straight ball games. Well, you know, the guys in the truck picked the 5 stories they wanted to talk about before the ball game, and we talked about them. They were all very valid, very, very well thought out. How about the fans? 43,268 on hand tonight. Even not a sellout, but Rangers have had 27 sellouts already, and almost to 2 million fans prior to the All-Star break. That's incredible.
Only the Phillies have drawn more.
Napoli throwing to Kinsler on the run, and they just do get Brian Dozier.
Boy, he just barely got to first base, too.
So the sacrifice by Dozier goes 2-4. And watch Kinsler a little bit late on the break. Good play by Napoli to get the ball to a moving Ian Kinsler for the out.
Yeah, he was over in double play depth, and he got his foot there touching the base just in time.
The 1 out now with Plouffe at second base, and Jamie Carroll, the number 9 man, is at the plate. And ball 1 is outside. Going back to the fans again, second only to Philadelphia in total attendance and average in all of baseball. That is tremendous. My hat is off to every fan who has come out to support the Rangers and who will come out. You've done a great job, and every time we talk to the players, they tell at least one time how important it is to have these big houses out here watching and supporting the ball club at Rangers Ballpark. It's just been amazing. Jeffers with a 1-1 pitch. Sharp breaking ball is low and outside, and the count moves to 2-1. Robbie Ross, the left-hander. Loosening is the Twins have 3 left-handers right at the top of their order, and Carroll is the number 9 man in Ron Gardenhire's lineup tonight. 2-1 pitch, that's wide. The count goes to 3 balls and a strike. So undoubtedly this will be Tanner Shepard's last hitter with all those left-handers coming up. Trevor Plouffe, the runner, at second. Jamie Carroll at the plate, has the advantage in the count at 3-1. Been a much better hitter, as those numbers tell you, with runners in scoring position. Low and outside, ball 4. That puts 2 runners aboard. And the top of the order coming up, and Ron Washington wanting to find out if Robbie Ross is ready. And apparently he got the affirmative answer, so he's going out to the mound. And that will do it for Tanner Shepard. He wants the left-hander, and Shepard will leave with property at first and second. Plouffe, the runner, at second. Carroll, the runner, at first. 1 out here in the 7th inning. Rangers trailing 1-0, and Ron Washington would like to keep it right there. Robbie Ross coming in. We'll be right back to tell you about him on Fox Sports Southwest.
7th, Robbie Ross on for the Rangers, and he will be enjoying the break after leading the American League in, as far as relievers are concerned, that is, in innings pitched with 46 and 2/3 innings logged so far. Here's what he had to say about the upcoming All-Star break.
We're gonna stay here and try to just go to the lake, maybe, get some things done around the house and just have a good time here. We're gonna go home, but we saw my family in Chicago, so we would just spend time with them. But if we went home, it would have been like a tug of war between going to my parents' house, her parents' house. So we just decided we'd stay here and enjoy it.
The rookie learning very early how to handle things as far as the break is concerned. You could make the case that he was deserving to be an all-star. Obviously, the Rangers very well represented, and Robbie's going to take advantage of the time off, guys.
All right, and thank you. Robbie facing Denard Span to start things off. And the numbers on Robbie.
Yeah, I think when you look at the innings and you project it over a season and you get somewhere around 85 to 90 innings, that's a lot of innings for a reliever. So he's been durable, and he's not just a one-inning guy or a lefty specialist. He can come in and pitch as long as you want him to. Groomed as a starter, may yet be a starter down the road. What a valuable guy he's been for Ron Washington, though. You can use him anywhere he wants, really.
0-1 pitch. Broken bat looper to left. Going out is Andrus. And makes the catch in front of David Murphy. And there's one of those cases, Tom, you've talked about it a lot. The infielder has to go out and take the ball until he's called off. And Elvis stayed right with it, and Murph didn't have to call him off.
Yeah, as an infielder, you just can't assume that an outfielder is going to get a great jump or that he's going to be able to get to a ball, so you have to go after it. That was just a little blooper hit off the end of the bat. And, if Elvis isn't there, David might be able to come in and get it, but David can't call for that ball because he's not sure most of the way whether or not he's going to be able to get to it. Not many teams have three left-hand hitters starting off their lineup.
Right.
But these three left-hand hitters hit lefties well, so it's not a problem for Ron Gardner.
And Ben Revere takes an off-speed pitch that finds the strike zone. Now, Mike Napoli might have been crossed up by that. He's going to go out and have a talk with Robbie Ross.
Revere's a .400 hitter against lefties. Big breaking ball there.
Yeah, Napolis crossed up. Set that target inside. You wouldn't set a target inside if you wanted a breaking ball. So I think got that straightened out. Knapp goes out and has his hey rookie talk with Robbie Ross. There's a fastball that's just inside. A ball and a strike to Ben Revere. Revere 0 for 3 tonight. Lined out, grounded out, and struck out. Two and one. All of these at bats so far for Revere had been against Roy Oswalt. Oswalt, by the way, went 5 2/3. Gave up 5 hits. He was charged with 1 run. It was earned. A couple of walks and 3 strikeouts. Tanner Shepard began this inning by giving up a base hit to Plouffe and a 1-out walk to Carroll. Those were the runners you saw. As Robbie Ross misses low and outside, the count has gone to 3 balls and a strike.
We've got a man in scoring position, so you have to pitch carefully. Revere's a good hitter. He's hitting .404 against lefties, but got Joe Mauer up next, so take your chances with Revere.
Hard hit ball, but right to Ian Kinsler. He stays with it nicely and fires on to Young. Good job by Ross and by the Ranger defense. No runs, a hit, 2 left. Stretch time. It's a 1-0 ball game in favor of the Twins. Now let's join Chuck Morgan as he introduces God Bless America to the fans. Hey, Rangers fans, Chevy is proud to present a new show called Chevy Hometown Kids. It's not about the score, it's about the experience. So tune in each Saturday at 10 a.m. right here on Fox Sports Southwest, or visit www.hometownkidstv or hometownkidstv for more information. Cole DeVries going to work, and Josh Hamilton sends a drive to deep right field, but it's not carrying well enough as Revere, back on the warning track, makes the catch. And Hamilton, on a slow breaking ball, sent it about 360 feet to right field, but not on the best part of the bat for Josh, and that's out number one.
Well, the second time Josh has come close, just missed it. A little bit out in front of this, got underneath one the last time up in the fourth inning, and flied out to the warning track in center field. Not that far from hitting that one well up into the upper deck.
A one away, here's Adrian Beltre, who is 0 for 1. He's flied out and walked, and he takes a strike. Beltre, as you note, that .327 average. One ball, one strike. Cole DeVries, by the way, has extended his personal best at the major league level as far as innings pitched. His previous best had been 6 innings. His longest outing, that was back on June 30th against Kansas City. And tonight, he has now gone 6 1/3. 2-1, the count to Beltre. Twins leading 1-0. They about hit the Rangers 6-3 tonight. Ground ball off the end of the bat, right back to DeVries. Easy play for the 27-year-old right-hander. And Beltre is out number 2. But folks, don't miss the biggest event of the summer as baseball's greatest stars battle for home field advantage in the Fall Classic. The road to the World Series begins with the 2012 MLB All-Star Game. It's Tuesday at 6:30 Central on Fox. And Nelly Cruz steps in now, 0 for 2 tonight. A fly ball to right and a ground ball to third. Boy, DeVries has been a tough customer to handle for the Rangers tonight. This is with ball 1. Pretty good assortment of off-speed stuff. Again, doesn't throw that hard. He's topped out about 91 miles an hour with the fastball, but pretty good control. And some of the swings the Rangers have had look like it might be a little tough for the hitters to pick the ball up coming out of his hand. Casey Fiend, the right-hander, getting loose in the bullpen out there in left center field for the Twins.
I think you have to give DeVries a lot of credit for the game he's throwing. At the same time, I think you also have to say he's catching the Rangers at the right time, too. Just as a team, they're not swinging the bats the way they're capable of. They've had some pitches to hit. Just haven't done much with them.
Yep. As they say, timing is everything.
Yeah.
When you pitch against a club.
And he's throwing the ball well. He's keeping the fastball in pretty good location. He's got a good curveball. I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but at the same time, for most of the year, this is the best offensive team in baseball. They're not going to get shut out on 3 hits by anybody.
2-2 the count to Cruz. And that's out of play to the right. And action out in the right center field bullpen. Mike Adams getting loose for Ron Washington's club. Nelly hitting out of that familiar wide open stance. Those hands high above the right shoulder. And the 2-2 again. Breaking ball hit right down the first baseline and just goes foul between Gary Pettis and the first base bag. Well, Nelly jammed himself on a breaking ball.
I think he thought that pitch was going to be a ball. Then all of a sudden it broke fairly sharply. And he said, whoop, I better swing. Make sure it's not a called strike. So he hung in there, spoiled the pitch. Gets another shot at him.
Like it was going to drop down in there for a strike.
He had a good rip at that fastball and fouled it back. So the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. If that pitch is down about 6 inches or so, that's where Cruz really gets that good extension. He's already battled DeVries here with an 8-pitch at bat. See if Nelly can come out on top. Breaking ball got him swinging. Pulled the string on it at 73 miles an hour, and DeVries is through 7 innings. A 1-2-3 7th sends the Rangers out. On to the 8th we go. Twins 1, Rangers 0 on Fox Sports Southwest. At Bat 12 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at BAT to 31826 or visit TexasRangers.com for details. Mike Adams on to pitch the 8th inning. Rangers trailing 1-0. Mike Adams trying to keep that deficit right there and give the ball club another shot at catching or going ahead of the Twins. See the numbers on Mike Adams. Busy season for the man from Sinton, Texas. Joe Mauer to start things off. Then Josh Willingham and Justin Morneau. Mauer 2 for 3 tonight. Now hitting at .330. First pitch from Adams is outside for ball 1. Ford leaderboard showing you the leaders in career average. Now, this is just active players. Albert Pujols leading everybody, but only 1 tick behind him is Joe Mauer. And that would surprise a lot of folks that Mauer's ahead of Ichiro. And Todd Helton, Miguel Cabrera. And the pitch outside is 2-0 now to Mauer. Mauer has had no success in his career against Mike Adams. And Mike trying to keep it that way right here. Need to get that leadoff man in this inning if at all possible. .2-0 pitch. And that's right down through there. Mike Adams with the opponent's batting average of .265, and he said that's probably a little higher than it should be, considering last year was down in the 140s at the time that he was acquired from San Diego. Pitch foul back, and it's 2-2. But the guys coming over now from the National League to the American League are starting to acknowledge pretty quickly that hitting in the American League is a little more advanced. A few more good hitters in the American League, and that may be an understatement.
And no pitcher to face either.
Right.
Late inning relievers don't usually face a pitcher, so it's not quite as pertinent for Adams as it is for starting pitchers. But you hear almost every starting pitcher mention that.
It's out of play. Oh yeah, it cost them. They figure it cost them 2 strikeouts a game.
Yeah,
you know, on average. But
you're facing probably, I don't know what the average DH hits. Let's say it's 275 as opposed to 140.
Yeah. And if you're a late inning guy, you're probably facing a couple of or 1 or 2 pinch hitters coming off the bench, and typically they don't hit average-wise as well as everyday players.
No.
Again, the 2-2, way inside that cutter, really working its way down and in to Mauer, and the count goes full now. Mauer trying to lead off and to get aboard for the Twins. Josh Willingham, the cleanup hitter, will be next. Well, I think you look at the top 4 or 5 lineups in the American League as opposed to the top 4 or 5 in the National League, and there really isn't much comparison. Payoff pitch, loop to left field. Murphy in a hurry. He slides and makes the catch. Back-to-back evenings, almost identical plays by David Murphy. Both of them classic.
Yeah, he's going to have to get a good jump to catch this ball. A slicing, sinking line drive. He gets a pretty good jump. Concentrates all the way. Takes it right off the ground. Takes a hit away from Mauer.
Boy, great camera work, guys. That is fun to watch that. So 1 away, and here's Josh Willingham, who is 0 for 1 with a couple of walks. Willingham, all 3 of his plate appearances had been against Roy Oswalt. The only time Roy got him out was to end the first inning, a fielder's choice ground out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Adams okays the sign from Napoli. Big swing and a miss by Willingham. Adams ready to work to him. And the 1-2 pitch. Kind of a defensive swing. He just poked it into foul territory. That's going to get back into the seats. And the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. So Adams back trying to figure out something to get Josh Willingham for the second out. Willingham spent most of his career prior to last year, all of it prior to last year, in the National League. Came up originally with the Marlins and spent time there, and then with the Nationals. Chopper to third. Tough play for Beltre. He handled it very well and gets the out at first. Boy, Adrian, that's about as much trouble as you ever see him have with a ground ball, and that was an in-between hop that he had no choice but to try and play, and he did it.
He plays him off to the side, and he can play any hop. How many guys can play third base the way he can? Most players would kind of come in on that ball, catch it on a short hop in front of him. He stays back, watches the hop. Looks easy when you see it in slow motion, but in regular motion, that was a tough play. He's got the strong, accurate arm to finish off the play.
Well, I gain more appreciation in him every time I see him play. He's something. Here's Morneau, who is 1 for 3 tonight with an RBI. Drove in the only run of the game last time up. And a little fisted roller down to Michael Young. That'll do it. A 1-2-3 inning for Mike Adams. Twins are gone, and the Rangers coming up in the bottom of the 8th, trailing 1-0 on Fox Sports Southwest.
The Twins 1-0. Buzz, time for the progressive fan of the game. It has to be this guy, decked out in this little outfit all game long, even sustained the rain delay. What do you call yourself?
Ranger America.
Ranger America. There we go. All right, well, good to have you. You a little excited or what?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, it seems like you're real excited.
Yeah, we're going to get out of this hitting slump. We're going to move past this. We're going to get through this game, get a W on the board, and then move it on to the World Series.
There we go. All right, Ranger America, thanks for coming tonight. Here's the bag. Enjoy it. Let's see what happens this half inning. Thanks, big guy.
All right, Doxy. Well, you can come up with them. I like that. It's always something for Jim Knox. Casey Fiend is the new pitcher, and he will face Young, Murphy, and Napoli. Right-hander follows the great start of Cole DeVries, who worked 7 shutout innings, longest outing in his major league career. Now it's Casey Fiend. Fiend's a 28-year-old. Swing and a miss by Young to even the count. Fiend from Santa Rosa, California, is Casey Fiend. Pretty good fastball at 94, but Young takes it. It's outside, and the count moves to 2-1. Fiend goes 6'2", listed about 205 pounds. The good arm out of that Twins bullpen. Michael fouls that pitch straight back and out of play, and the count is even at 2-2. Young, as you saw, 1 out of 2 tonight, although he's hit the ball sharply both times. Lined to right field his first time up, and last time up had a leadoff single, but he was erased on a strike him out, throw him out double play with Mike Napoli at the plate. And that's out of play to the right. Fiend signed as a free agent with the Twins in the offseason. Actually, it was this January. Started the year at Rochester and appeared in 33 ball games down there. He was their closer. He had 9 saves and 12 opportunities. He was called up just a few days ago, July 4th to be exact. And now the right-hander facing Michael Young. And Young laces one down the right field line. Revere in a hurry, and the ball is just foul. Revere couldn't get there, and the ball just landing beyond the chalk.
If that was a fair ball, he probably would have caught it. Covers a lot of ground out there. Yeah, that ball was fair. He would have caught it.
Well, you put Revere in right field and Span in center. You're not going to have a whole lot of balls falling in from left center around to the line and right. But still 2-2 to Young. And this one popped up. Foul territory. Morneau right at the railing of the Ranger dugout. And it's back about halfway in the opening. And on Washington giving Ryan Doman a little shot in the back. Say, go on, get out of here. Let's watch. Just give him a little tap. Yep. Bean reading the signs from Domet. And misses blowing outside. The count has gone full to Young. So Michael trying to get aboard to start this 8th inning for the Rangers. He'll be followed by the Ranger left fielder David Murphy. Rangers with just 3 hits tonight. They're trying to put something together late. Looping drive to center field. In a hurry is Span. He can't get there. And Michael Young with his second base hit, his second straight leadoff at bat. And after 9-pitch tussle with Casey Fiend, Michael Young is aboard, and the Rangers have the go-ahead run coming to the plate. Well, it's time now for the AT&T U-verse reverse replay. How about David Murphy and a little deja vu? This was last night with Eric Holland on the mound. A great running catch, falling to the turf. And tonight with Joe Mauer. An even better play by David Murphy. He's got that down. He had better work on something else. Murphy swings, drives one to right field. Going back is Revere. He is at the wall to make the catch.
Well, I thought he got that one.
I did too.
Generally, when a player hits the ball well to right field and gets it up in the air, it goes out. I'm not sure how well David hit that ball. It looked like he hit it well enough to get out of here. I'm not sure if the wind blew that back. The wind is blowing in a little bit from right field, and it was hit high. Well, maybe the wind did knock it down. Sure looked good coming off the bat, though. I think David thought he hit it well enough.
It looked like the way he was eyeballing that, he thought it had a chance to get out. And his reaction would tell you, yep.
He hit that ball. He hit that ball. Maybe not as well as he can. Well enough to get out of here,
right.
though.
So one away. Here's Napoli. And Knapp going after something above shoulder high. It's 0-1.
You know, earlier in the game, the ball that Morneau hit to right field looked like it got knocked down too.
Yeah, the one that Cruz made the great play on.
Yeah, that looked like it was hit well enough to get out of here.
Young at first. Twice now, once in the 5th and once here in the 8th. Young has led off with a single. And the Rangers have not been able to advance him. We'll see if Napoli can get it done this time. 1 ball and 1 strike. We've got some action going out in the left field bullpen. And some double-barreled action, and Burnett and Dunsing. Dunsing the left-hander. The 1-1 pitch. Knee-high strike.
Well, everything that Fiend has thrown has been hard. Mostly fastballs. Through either a cutter or a slider, upper 80s. And if you're a hitter, at least based on what you've seen so far, you've got to gear up to hit his fastball. It's going to be something hard.
Right-hander sets for the 1-2 pitch. That's very high, and the count is even. think Mike Napoli would like to have that pitch 2 pitches ago back, the one he took about knee high?
Yeah, that's a pitch we've seen Knapp drive.
Doesn't that happen, though, when you're in a slump? You swing at pitches that you shouldn't or you normally wouldn't and take good ones?
Kind of caught in between.
Yeah.
Indecisive. And no matter who the hitter is, it's, you're a little bit of lacking in confidence. You're just not feeling good at the plate.
Napoli pops one up. This might stay in play for Morneau. Right next to the Ranger dugout. He makes the catch. And Napoli is fouled out. Young staying at first. There are now 2 away with Craig Gentry coming up. And as Craig Gentry comes to the plate, let's head up to the Captain Morgan Club where Dana Larson is. Dana?
Buzz, quick reminder for you, Rangers Live coming up after the game. We'll get the players and Ron Washington's reaction to this game, as well as that incredible clap of thunder that cleared the field. Can't wait to hear what they had to say about that. Also, some major fireworks by a Rangers prospect at the Futures game. We'll show you that. How did the Angels finish the second half? We'll update the division standings. All that and much more coming up. Join me and Matt Mosley for the post-game festivities in just a bit, guys.
All right, Dana, thank you. Little toss to first by Feen, and back is Michael Young. Craig Gentry 0 for 2 tonight. So the way he's going, that would make him overdue. And batting average down to 338, but well, he has been on fire this last couple of months.
Well, his last time up, he hit a ball, one of the harder hit balls today, to left center field. Line drive that ran down near the warning track.
How about in his last month of ball games? 413 the average for Craig Gentry. The Rangers could use him here. They need for him to find a hole. Trailing 1-0. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. Feen will go first base way to drive Young back. Feen okays the sign. And the 0-1 is a high fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now Craig Gentry, as Ron Gardenhire takes a little walk down the Twins dugout. And Craig Gentry has earned more playing time against right-handers. You remember when Leonis Martin was brought up around Washington and said, well, Leonis is going to play when he's up here against right-handed pitching, and took a little bit of time away from Gentry. But since then, Martin has fallen on a little bit of a hard time, and Gentry has continued to sting the ball well, right-handed or left-handed. Swing and a miss there on a hard breaking ball. It's 1-2. And Gentry out doing a little soul searching. Trying to keep this inning going for the Rangers. Young, the runner at first base. The 1-2 pitch. Look out. Up and in. It spins Craig Gentry out of the way and evens the count at 2-2. Well, Craig Gentry has the 4th best average in the American League at 277 with 2 strikes. And one of the reasons is he looks away all the time when he gets 2 strikes. Very defensive look, and it almost made it impossible for him to spin out of the way of that high tight fastball. 2-2 pitch hit in the air to center field. Not going very deep. Backing up Span a couple of steps, makes the catch, and the side retired. Again, the leadoff Young single to no avail. And we'll go to the 9th inning from Rangers Ballpark as the Twins 1, the Rangers 0 on Fox Sports Southwest. Hope there's going to be some history made tonight. Another comeback. 1977. Jim Sundberg had 3 hits. Rangers beat the Angels 9-5, and Nolan Ryan had a rough outing. 2 1/3, 6 scored against Nolan. Since Sonny works for him, I doubt that Jim reminds him of that very often, but he may. He may. Joe Nathan on now to pitch the ninth in a 1-0 Twins lead. Nathan has to hold it right here.
Not many guys boast the 44-4 strikeout to walk numbers that he has.
Nathan, the win with 2 innings of relief work last night's ball game. We worked the 9th and the 10th, and Rangers got him a run in the 10th inning and made a winner out of Joe. Ryan Doumit with the count of 1 ball and no strikes. The first Twin to face Joe Nathan, who drops that curve onto the outside corner for strike 1. Doumit, a 2nd inning single, and that has struck out and grounded into a double play. And pulls this one to the right side. Kinsler in shallow right field knocks it down, but that's all he can do with it. If he comes up with it cleanly, probably has a play on Doumit. But Ian just couldn't quite get that to stay in his glove. That's going to be a base hit for Ryan Doumit, a leadoff single here in the 9th inning. So 1 on, nobody out. Trevor Plouffe is the hitter. Plouffe extended his hitting streak with a 7th inning single to 10 consecutive ball games. Both he and Justin Morneau have reached the double-digit consecutive game streaks. And a big swing and a strike on a 93-mile-an-hour fastball from Joe Nathan. Interesting power numbers for Plouffe. 19 home runs and 36 RBI. That's not a whole lot of extra men on base when he hits home runs. A swinging strike, it's 0-2 as Nathan continuing to pound that fastball up to Plouffe. Joe, for the first time in 3 years last night, worked more than 1 inning. And the 0-2 pitch. Just inside. We've had an idea that he probably should swing. Checked his swing, and it was just off the plate. Last night for Joe Nathan, 38 pitches in that outing. We mentioned gathered in the wind, and no walks, as is his custom. A couple of punch outs. And Plouffe just able to get a piece of that fastball. Both the strikeouts that Nathan had were to end the 2 innings, and they both had both times they had men on third base with 2 outs when he got those strikeouts. So those were not just any ordinary strikeouts; they came at important moments. One and 2 the count. Line drive, base hit to left field as Plouffe reached out and got that, looked like a slider from Nathan out away from him, and was able to poke it into left field. Back-to-back singles open up the 9th inning against Nathan, and it'll bring up Brian Dozier. And before Dozier steps in against Nathan, let's head on down to Emily Jones again. Em.
Well, it will be a full plane flight to Kansas City as the Rangers' 8 All-Stars, their families, of course, the entire coaching staff, their families, and Jeff Irwin, our photojournalist, and myself will be joining them. We'll bring you Rangers Insider next week from Kansas City. We'll have all the behind-the-scenes stuff with all 8 of the Texas Rangers All-Stars, as well as the All-Star coaching staff. Gentlemen, my maiden voyage to the All-Star game. Looking forward to it. And actually, the Rangers extending a bit of courtesy to Joe Mauer. They will give him a ride to KC tonight after the game as well.
Well, good. Yeah, make sure you get some barbecue up there, Emily.
That's what I hear, Buzz.
Yeah.
I was hoping you could pass along a list of a couple restaurants I need to hit up where I can drop your name and get some really good service.
If you drop my name, they won't serve you.
I don't believe that.
Rangers up looking for the bunt. It's down, and on the third base side, Nathan has only one play. He goes to first and throws it wildly by Kinsler down the right field line. Domit scores. Being held up at third is Plouffe. And on the sacrifice and throwing error by Nathan, the Twins take a 2-0 lead, and they have runners at second and third, and still nobody out.
I think Joe actually had a play at third base. The Rangers had the wheel play on. Elvis was getting to third base, probably in time to beat Domit. See Elvis going over toward third. The ball comes back to Nathan. If he wheels and throws to third, they've got the play at third base. That's why the play was on. And Joe threw wild to first base.
So that will be a sacrifice for Dozier, an error on the throw. And the error will allow the run to score. And Mike Maddox out very quickly to the mound to take a little time as the action begins in the Ranger bullpen. Again, Joe Nathan with 38 pitches last night, and he's run into a little bit of a problem here, and part of it his own doing. Michael Kirkman loosening in a hurry in the Ranger bullpen. So with nobody out, runners at second and third, the Rangers pull their infield all the way in, and Jamie Carroll is the hitter. 2-0 Minnesota. Carroll 0 for 2 tonight with a walk, and he takes strike one from Joe Nathan.
You don't see the wheel play used a lot, and when it is, very seldom does it work. But that was one time when it looked like it was set up and looked like it would have worked.
Foul tip, and Nathan has the 0-2 count in his favor. Yeah, that
Elvis actually disguised it very well.
Right.
If you break too soon, then you alert the hitter not to bunt. And if you can handle the bat, all you've got to do is put the ball in play up the middle, and you've got a base hit because there's no one there. But Elvis waited so that the hitter really didn't know the wheel play was on before he broke to third. It was actually executed perfectly. All they needed to do was make the throw.
No balls, 2 strikes. Got him swinging. Joe Nathan gets a big strikeout of Jamie Carroll. That is the first out of the inning. And the Rangers will keep their infield in. Looked like a high slider that Joe Nathan got away with. Carroll swung right through it. Denard Span, the hitter. Span tonight 0 for 4. He has popped out twice, flied to right, and grounded to second base. Plouffe, the runner at third. Brian Dozier, the runner at second. Ball one is low and inside. So Joe Nathan, after the throwing error, got a big strike out of Carroll, now trying to extricate himself and the Rangers from this inning without any further damage. And misses badly up and away. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Now you could walk Span here to load the bases and set up a force. Pretty tough though with the guy on deck, Ben Revere, to double him up. And if you got the ground ball and didn't turn the double play, then you'd have to face Mauer. So 2 balls, no strikes to count. And a breaking ball misses low and inside. It's 3-0. Nathan and Napoli being, once they fell behind, being a little bit careful to Span. The 3-0 pitch. Swung on, hit well to right field. Going back is Cruz. He's at the track and makes the catch up against the padding. Tagging at third and scoring is Plouffe. Tagging at second and moving up is Dozier. And on a 3-0 swing, Denard Span gets a sacrifice fly and makes it 3-0 Twins.
Another ball that looked like it might have a chance. Just kind of hangs up there. Nelly runs underneath it. It looks like there might have been 3 balls tonight that on some nights were hit well enough to get out of here.
Yeah, that's going to do it for Joe Nathan. Ron Washington said, okay, 16 pitches after throwing 38 last night, and that's enough for you, Joe. So he will leave after giving up a couple of runs in the inning. And Michael Kirkman will come on and see if he can't get the final out here in the ninth. Michael Kirkman on, and he's asked to get the final out here in the ninth and keep it a 3-run ball game. Numbers on Michael Kirkman. Left-hander's first pitch to Ben Revere is high and outside for ball 1. So Michael, this is his 7th appearance of the year. And a kind of a feeble swing as Revere thought about stopping his swing and couldn't do it. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Revere, 2 ground outs, a line out, and a strikeout tonight. And a little nubber at the plate. That runs the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Michael Kirkman coming in firing strikes tonight, and when he has done that, he has been extremely successful at any level he's been at, whether it be AAA or the big leagues this year. When he has had command problems, that's usually led to the rough outings for him. The 1-2 pitch, just off that outside corner. Michael studying the signs from Napoli, and the left-hander's ready to work. And misses low and outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And you don't want to walk Revere. You have a very dangerous hitter in the on-deck circle in Joe Mauer. And you don't want to let this get any further along than what it is. 3-0 Twins right now, and you saw the runner at third with 2 outs. Sky to center field. Play for Craig Gentry as he backs up a few steps. That will do it. So Kirkman gets the job done. Couple of runs on 2 hits. There was a big error and 1 left. The top of the order coming up in the bottom of the 9th. You buy your Texas Ford dealers. If you want to break up with a vehicle that's breaking down, then head to your Texas Ford dealer and drive the best in Texas. By Hyundai Fuel Efficiency Drive Sales Event. And by the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. Now the 9th inning, and the fans are going a little bit goofy here. They are putting on their rally hats, painting themselves up. They want a 4-run rally, and it's going to have to come against the closer for the Minnesota Twins, left-hander Glenn Perkins.
The Rangers beat Perkins in Minnesota earlier in the season on a home run by Josh Hamilton. Going to take a big inning against him now, down 3-0.
Kinsler tonight 2 for 3. And takes strike 2 as Perkins able to nail down that low inside corner.
Well, Perkins has a good arm. His fastball reaches the mid-90s.
And Kinsler said, no, you're not coming back in there again. And he turned on that and rifled it foul off the facing of the commissioner's box down there. Count remains 0-2. Top of the Ranger order, trying to get something going here in the 9th inning. Kinsler fights one off the other way. Elvis will be next. Rangers need those 2 guys on in front of Josh Hamilton to see if they can get the tying run to home plate. Again, the 0-2 from Perkins. Sharply hit ground ball. Muffed by Dozier. He picks it up, throws high, and into the Ranger dugout or into the photographer bay. Either way, it's an extra base for Kinsler. Now, that's going to be an error all the way on Brian Dozier.
Well, it's almost 2 errors.
Yeah.
One error to boot it to get him to first, and the other error threw it over first to let him get to second. Getting to second's not that big a deal, but it does take away a double play possibility. So that is positive. Looked like a pretty routine ground ball, kind of a skimmer. Hit it pretty hard. Dozier still has somewhat of a chance after he fields it, if he throws it accurately. Well, it's a good start for the Rangers. Got a break.
And that may be that is the first of anything you classify as a break tonight. And it makes those rally hats come to life.
They've got home run hitters coming up. You just need to get a couple of men on so that a home run could tie the game.
The 0-1 pitch. That's all the way to the backstop. Nobit gets the carom right back to him, but he has no play as Kinsler goes on down to third on the wild pitch.
Yeah, the Twins aren't too worried about that run. They're just worried about the hitter.
Got it right through the 5-hole. So 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Twins obviously going to play the infield back. Ground ball to the right side will get the run home as Kinsler trots down the line and scores. And Elvis, the RBI ground out, makes it a 3-1 Twins lead, but 1 gone now, and Josh Hamilton coming up with the bases empty. So Elvis drives in his 35th of the year. Hamilton steps to the plate, 0 for 3 tonight. He's flied out pretty deeply to both right and center. A swing and a miss at the off-speed pitch by Perkins. Adrian Beltre hoping to be the potential tying run in this game, but he has to get Josh on base first. And Hamilton down in the count 0-2. Perkins being pretty rough on left-handers. Fastball, and that's fouled away. That's a pretty good spread. A couple of 82 or 83 mile an hour breaking balls, and you come up with a 95 mile an hour fastball. And then little tough, even for Hamilton, who's a great fastball hitter, to tune it up that fast. Again, the 0-2 pitch. Popped him up. Third base side. Plouffe and Dozier. As Plouffe into foul territory makes the catch. And that is out number 2. And Adrian Beltre charged with keeping this inning going. Beltre 0 for 2 tonight. Walked in the first, since then has flied out and tapped back to the mound. Ball 1. Perkins set. 1-0. Looped into left center field. That's going to fall for a base hit.
That's all we can hope for. Bring up the tying run.
Beltre does his job. He gets aboard with his first hit of the night. And that means Nelly Cruz is coming up as the tying run. And last night in the 10th inning with Beltre aboard, a missile down the left field line that Willingham couldn't cut off, and Beltre scored all the way from first. The Rangers walked it off in 10 innings. And Cruz 0 for 3 against Perkins, and he goes after an off-speed pitch, and no success there. It's 0-1. Rangers need Nelly to get aboard to bring up the winning run here in the 9th inning. And the pitch fouled off to the right, and the Rangers now down to their last strike. Perkins with 4 saves this year. Gave up the 2-out single to Beltre. And he has an 0-2 count on Nelly Cruz. Dad's got the rally hat on. The 0-2. A ball and 2 strikes. Ron Gardenhire watching his ball club. He trailed by 11 games in the American League Central. The 1-2 pitch. Cruz just gets a piece of that breaking ball and stays alive. Perkins about ready to throw his 19th pitch of the inning. Beltre establishing his lead at first. It's a modest one. And Cruz lines one to right field. That's slicing away from Revere. It's one hop and off the wall. Being held up at third is Beltre. Into second with a 2-out double is Nelly Cruz. And the Rangers do indeed have the winning run coming to the plate in Michael Young.
Yeah, now all it takes is a single. Hoping to get the tying run on at the plate for a home run. Now with a double, you got the tying run at second base. All it takes is a single. Good job by Nelly, too. He's down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Laid off a slider, fouled the slider off, then went the other way with a mid-90s fastball.
Nelly Cruz safe at second. Safe and secure. It's New York Life. Rick Anderson out to have a chat with Glenn Perkins and the entire Twins infield. And Ranger fans, I'm not sure I've seen that rally hat before, the one where just the Bills peeking out of the t-shirt, but that's all right. If it's working, it's working. I don't care what it looks like.
Innovation.
Yeah.
Usually starts with the youth. Probably did it on their youth league team.
All right, Michael stepping in. Young 3 out of 11 in his career against Perkins. Oh, he had a good pitch to work with out away from him. A good fastball, and he fouled it straight back.
Let's see that ball going into right center field next pitch. That was right in his wheelhouse.
Yep.
Michael's a great high fastball hitter. Yeah, he had a good fastball and a high fastball to hit right there.
Young 2 out of 3 tonight. That's fouled away, and again, the Rangers down to their final strike. It's 0-2 on Young. Ron Washington hoping that Nelly Cruz will score right behind Adrian Beltre on this Michael Young hit. Ron Gardenhire going to the Tums. Needs a little help with that acid reflex. Breaking ball, line to right center field. It is in for a base hit. Beltre scores. Cruz scores. Young with a 2-run single. We are tied at 3.
They got ahead 0-2 with 2 fastballs, then hung him a slider. Not where he wanted to throw that pitch, and Michael missed his first chance with a high fastball. Didn't miss that chance, though. Lined it into right center field, and all the rally hats made it happen. That is not where he's trying to throw that breaking ball. Right fielder is shading Michael down a little bit toward the line and open up a hole in right center field. Big hit for Michael.
Well, Young now at first, and Murphy lines one just foul down the first base side. Back into the first row of seats. Murphy 0 for 3 lifetime against Perkins. And Michael Young, the winning run at first base, with 2 outs here in the 9th as the Rangers come up with clutch 2-out hits from Beltre, Cruz, and Michael Young. And Murphy pops it out of play on the third base side. Now he's down 0-2.
All 3 runs are unearned runs.
Check out that Ranger dugout. Boy, scuffling for 8 innings. Well, make it 8 innings and 2 outs in the 9th.
They had 4 hits through 8 innings and 3 hits in the 9th and 3 runs to tie it.
Ryan Dozier, the shortstop, who committed the error on the ground ball by Ian Kinsler. And it looked, honestly, it looked innocent enough. Dozier muffed it, then threw it away, and Kinsler eventually came around to score on the RBI ground out by Andrews. But that looked like about all the Rangers were going to be able to do. And all of a sudden, the 2-out explosion. Murphy pokes one through the right field, a base hit. Young will stop at second base as Revere got to the ball quickly. And David Murphy with his first base hit against Glenn Perkins. Another 2-strike hit with 2 outs in the ninth. And Mike Napoli coming up.
Base hit right here would be 2 incredible finishes to the last 2 ball games. And none of the fans have left. They've all stayed, being rewarded with a great bottom of the ninth right here. Nice job by David. Down in the count, slider away. Didn't look like much of a swing, but he got the good part of the bat on it and hit it hard.
You say, how do you hit a ball like that one-handed that hard?
You have to hit it on the good part of the bat, that's for sure.
Yes. So here's Mike Napoli, a base hit. Will walk it off for the Rangers. 0-1. Napoli, a pair of strikeouts and a pop foul tonight. 0 for his last 21 with runners in scoring position. He is 1 for 1 career-wise against Glenn Perkins. Napoli gets fisted by a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and he is down on the count, 0-2. Glenn Perkins, a blown save. And Mike Napoli trying to pin an L on Perkins. Popped up. Right side, Plouffe and Carroll. It'll be Jamie Carroll. Wynn was playing some tricks, but Carroll, the experienced infielder, stayed with it. And that'll do it. But the Rangers come back to tie it up. They get 3 runs on 4 hits and a very big error. Beltre, Cruz, and Young get the job done. We're going to extra frames again. It's a 3-3 game on Fox Sports Southwest. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Boy, the Rangers were wild in that 9th inning. A lot of energy developing with 2 outs, and it just built to a crescendo. Unfortunately, couldn't get the winning run across. Michael Young getting a huge 2-run single to tie this ball game, and we'll go to the 10th inning. Deadlocked at 3, and Michael Kirkman, who finished out the 9th inning, is back out there to face Mauer, Willingham, and Morneau.
He's got a tough part of the lineup, middle of the lineup. Glad to be back out there, though, and have a chance.
Mauer 2 for 4 tonight. Takes a breaking ball that's just below the knees for ball 1. Now a first inning single and a sixth inning single. In the sixth, he came around to score the first run of the night on an RBI base hit with Morneau driving him in. Fastball nips at the outside edge, and it's 1-1. So Roy Oswalt off the hook tonight. Cole DeVries pitched a great ball game, 7 innings of shutout baseball, and he will not get a decision. 2-1 to Mauer. Ron Washington, who will take his troops up to Kansas City after the ball game tonight for the All-Star festivities, or at least his coaching staff and the 8 All-Star members of the Rangers. And it's 3-1 now to Mauer as Kirkman misses badly outside. The 3-1 on the way. That catches the outside corner.
Well, try another one right there.
Yep.
Got 2 on the outside corner to him. At the worst, the best he's going to do with that pitch is hit it to left field somewhere, but not out of the ballpark, that's for sure. Fastball away.
Yep. Payoff pitch. And that's down the left field line, but it will slice back into the seats. David Murphy over there to take a look, and we'll try it again. Yeah, sometimes you can't get too tricky. You say, okay, here, hit it. It's a tough night, apparently, to hit the ball out of the ballpark here. And if you can hit it out the other way, more power to you.
And Mauer really is not known for his power. He could hit the ball out to left field in the old Twins ballpark, not the new one, and I doubt this one tonight.
And a little roller over to Kirkman.
Nice play.
He does a great job getting off the mound and takes it to the bag himself.
I hope he didn't pull a muscle doing that. He pulled a 360, turned all the way around. He follows through toward the third base side. Watch him. Goes all the way around, does the 360, picks up the ball, catches it on a hop, and makes the play. Unfortunately, Jamie Reed, the trainer, is going to come out and make sure he's okay.
He pulled up a little bit lame after he hit the bag, and I don't know whether it was bouncing off the mound, the trip to first base, or whether he happened to hit the bag a little bit wrong.
I hope it's not a hamstring.
It didn't look like it happened there. And Jamie Reed out to see exactly what's going on, and he's going to come out of the ball game.
Oh man!
Well, Michael Kirkman finished, and Rangers will have to go to the bullpen for the 6th reliever of the night. It looks like it's going to be Yoshi Tateyama. But Kirkman will get credit for 2/3 of an inning of work out of the bullpen.
That's too bad. Michael's been throwing the ball well. Off to a good start in this game too.
Well, Yoshi coming on, he will get all the time he needs to loosen up, and we'll take a short timeout and come back and And now we've gone to extra innings at a 3-3 ball game, and Yoshinori Tateyama has been asked to come in place of the injured Michael Kirkman.
Osha's numbers don't look very good with the ERA. He had one outing where he just had to stay out there and take a beating, gave up a bunch of earned runs. Had a chance to get himself a win right here, though.
So Tateyama getting all the warm-up pitches he requires, and won't require many for him tonight. Elvis Andrus, Adrian Beltre looking at the some of the highlight footage being shown by Chuck Morgan on the big screen out there above the upper home run porch. Adrian usually would do a little critique of Elvis. See that play over there? You didn't make that exactly right.
The one they're showing was the jump throw from the hole to get Mike Trout.
Beltre give Elvis a hard time about anything. So Tateyama coming into the ball game, and as we said, he is the 6th reliever used tonight by Ron Washington. That, as far as we can tell, leaves one man out there, and that's Scott Feldman. If this were to go longer than Tateyama can work tonight, Scott Feldman, Mark Lowe, of course, on the disabled list, but Feldman the only one that is even remotely available.
Well, Scott pitched 100 pitches several days ago, so he's had 3 days rest. He could pitch tonight. He likes making a start on 3 days rest.
This is how that 9th inning went against Glenn Perkins. The bobble and throwaway by Brian Dozier. And then the wild pitch got Kinsler to third. Elvis followed that up with a ground ball that got the run home. Then with 2 outs, Beltre a base hit. Cruz a double to right field, 2nd and 3rd. Michael a 2-strike hit to right center. That tied the ball game. And first ball swinging, Josh Willingham will sky out to center field off of Yoshinori Tateyama. That is out number 2 here in the 10th. Well, Yoshi comes in, throws 1 pitch, gets 1 out, and now he will try for the same against Justin Morneau. I've told you the numbers on Tateyama very unflattering, but it's been because of 2 outings that just ran everything up. Good slow breaking ball in there. The 1 outing in his first tour of duty back on the 30th of May against Seattle gave up 8 runs, 6 of them earned in 2/3 of an inning.
That was a day he was pitched. One of those days he pitched a lot and he was like tired, and it was the only guy out there, and he just had to stay out there to take a beating.
Right. And then the other one was on that stop in Chicago on the 3rd of July against the White Sox. He pitched a 1/3 of an inning in that Oswalt game that was a 19-2 game, and he gave up 5 runs in a 1/3 of an inning. So those 2 games really made the ERA very unattractive. 2-1 the count to Morneau. Breaking ball just a little bit off the outside corner. It's gone 3-1. Morneau 1 for 4 tonight. RBI single in the 6th inning. Swings, and it's a towering pop foul. Beltre over right up the tarpaulin, leans onto the tarp and can't get it. If Adrian had been able to get away from that end of it, he might have had a shot at it, because the ball came back, and Elvis is going to tell him exactly how he should have done it.
Yeah, Elvis dives for this ball about 15 seconds after the ball hit. Watch, Elvis is going to come over. He jumps on it. Now he's going to dive here in a second. See, he dives, reaches down, shows Beltre how he should have caught it.
Yeah. You're just getting Adrian back a little bit for critiquing his stuff on the board. Payoff pitch. And that's sliced out of play to the left. Tadayama with a pedestrian 71-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Pedestrian speed, I should say. Not a pedestrian breaking ball because that thing's tough to hit. Right-hander again with the 3-2 pitch. And again fouled out of play. That at 89, a pretty good heater.
That's his best fastball right there.
Yep.
He saved it up. He thought after the slow pitch, maybe he could sneak that fastball by. Morneau just got a piece of it.
Tadayama, the 36-year-old from Osaka, Japan. Again, the 3-2. Just missed the outside corner. That changeup. And Morneau had no chance to swing at it. And he took it, and ball 4.
Pretty good job of taking that pitch that had some late movement that made it break out of the strike zone. Started his swing, but he was able to keep from going all the way through.
Yeah, Yoshi wants Mike Napoli to come out there. Ryan Domit, the hitter. And Domit tonight is 2 for 4 in this ball game. He's also scored a run. Domit, a switch hitter, up there from the left side against the right-hander Tadayama. Everything on the scoreboard is even as far as runs, hits, and errors. 3, 8, and 1 for each ball club. That slow breaking ball, and that catches the outside part of the plate. 70 miles an hour. Keeping it under the new speed limit by quite a bit. Morneau, a modest lead at first. And Tadayama with the pitch. Changeup, and that floats outside. A ball and a strike. Morneau being held on by Michael Young. Tadayama ready. Swing and a miss. Looks like the harder changeup that he throws.
He missed that one by a pretty good margin.
Yeah. Well, the fans energized by the Ranger comeback in the 9th, getting behind Yoshi Tadayama to get him out of this 10th inning so the Rangers can come hit. The 1-2 pitch.
Wow. That had to be close to the outside corner. It was, but not a strike. Good call by the home plate umpire, Chris Conroy.
Berry looks at the rally hat. And Tadayama with the 2-2. Got him swinging. Breaking ball. Domit gone. Threat ended. 1 man left. Rangers coming to bat in the bottom of the 10th inning. A 3-3 ball game on Fox Sports Southwest. come to bat in the bottom of the 10th inning. Hits are even. Errors are even. Only it's not even is this crowd. They are really up and behind the Rangers. And the Rangers in this 10th inning will be facing a new pitcher for the Twins. Anthony Swarzak, the right-hander, has come on.
The Rangers trying to do what they did last night. Another walk-off win. Swarzak will be the guy they're trying to do it against. Giving up 8 home runs in 60 innings.
Well, Greg Gentry will start things off, and boy, this crowd is really into it. You know, on normal nights, that'd be a pretty achievable thing out there where that boomstick sign was to land. And tonight, I don't know what's going on. It's almost impossible to hit the ball out of here. And if Nelly gets a hold of one, I don't have any doubt that he can put it wherever he wants to. So Swarzak will face Craig Gentry to start things off. And the first pitch to him is inside for ball 1. Gentry 0 for 3. Couple of flyouts and a pop out. We got some word from the Ranger clubhouse on Michael Kirkman. The initial diagnosis, a mild left quad strain. Well, the initial findings very encouraging. The word mild I like. 2-0 now. Gentry with the advantage. He's 1 out of 2 in his career against Anthony Swarzak. Ron Gardenhire saw his ball club get within a strike of winning this ball game 3 different times in that 9th inning and couldn't get it done. Fastball, and Gentry bluffing about taking all the way. It's 2-1. Rangers would love to get Gentry and his speed aboard for the top of the order. And Kinsler and Elvis Andrus to follow. Swarzak's 2-1 pitch. Outside, 3 balls and a strike.
Right there with a fast runner that's not a power hitter. Unless you thought that 2-1 pitch, the slider was the best pitch you could throw for a strike. I don't know why you go away from your fastball.
Yep, I agree with you.
The one thing you can't do is walk them. You don't need to try to trick them. Well, now Gentry's in a nice position of a 3-1 count.
A pretty good rip.
Yeah, and good swing at it.
Tailing fastball got in on him a little bit. The count has gone full. Gentry with the average of .336 as he faces Swarzak here in the 10th inning. Second straight night the Rangers have gone to overtime against the Minnesota Twins. Rangers overall this year 4-2 in extra inning affairs. Check swing foul right over the head of Ian Kinsler. At home, Rangers are 2-1. Three balls, 2 strikes. Slow roller out to short, charging Dozier. Off balance throw. He just did get him.
Well, made a nice play. He knew that he had to get there quickly, too, because Craig was flying down the line and almost beat it anyway. Dozier made a nice play. Made the error last inning on the first batter. This time he makes a nice play on a fast runner.
Gentry gave it everything he had and came up just a hair short. Well, that's a quick release, too, by Dozier, and he had to have it get out of his hand quick. So now Ian Kinsler steps in against Swarzak. Went around on that first pitch breaking ball. Kinsler 1 for 7 lifetime, with that one being a home run. Another breaking ball, and Kinsler able to lay off that one. It's a ball and a strike. Swarzak at 6'4", 210 pounds. Again, Kinsler not able to check his swing on that breaking ball, or not recognizing it quite early enough. Now he's down in the count 1-2. "26-year-old out of Florida goes back to the plate, and the appeal now down to Kellogg at first base. Nope, he did not go that time, and the count is even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two-two pitch. Fastball call, strike 3. Well, after 4 consecutive breaking balls, Swarzak finally came in with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and Kinsler couldn't pull the trigger.
Well, it was a strike. It was well located, down and in.
Yep.
Lower right-hand quadrant. And it turned out to be a good pitch.
So 2 outs now here in the 10th inning. And Elvis Andrus will step to the plate. Andrus drove in a run in the 9th. First Ranger run of the night with a ground out. And the first pitch to him is low and outside for ball 1. 9 at bats against Swarzak in his career for Elvis. 3 hits, one of those being a double.
Scott Feldman is throwing out in the Ranger bullpen.
Base hit to left field. And that'll bring up Hamilton. The Rangers have the winning run aboard. 2 outs here in the 10th inning. You see Elvis turn around that high fastball from Swarzak. Josh hasn't had a walk-off home run since back in May 26th, I think it was. About due, isn't he?
I'd like to see it.
Okay.
Fans would like to see it.
And they are standing. They had everybody here at the Rangers ballpark up on their feet as Swarzak is ready to work to Hamilton. And he throws him a changeup outside for ball 1. Josh and Batista at 27 in the American League. Adam Dunn a couple behind them. The 1-0 pitch hit well to center field, but not well enough as Span is back and just stepping onto the cinders of the warning track makes the catch. Side retired, no runs on a hit. And 1 man left. We're going to the 11th. A 3-3 game, the Rangers and the Twins the game summary of how we got here. First of all, it was Mother Nature letting off a bomb go off, and that started a rain delay that lasted 46 minutes. And then in the 9th inning of a 1-0 game, Joe Nathan threw one away on a bunt. And that made it a 3-0 game. Rangers came back, though. Nelly Cruz and Adrian Beltre started the 9th inning rally with 2 outs. Michael Young then brought them both home with a 2-run single, and that tied this ball game at 3. That's where we are now, leading into the 11th inning. And Yoshinori Tateyama back on the hill. He will face the bottom third of the Twins order. Trevor Plouffe to start things off, and that big, slow breaking ball nibbles at the outside corner for strike 1. Plouffe, a pair of singles. Matter of fact, his last 2 at-bats have resulted in singles. Swing and a miss on an 88-mile-an-hour sinker.
Well, Yosh gives you a little bit of everything. Gives you that changeup that looks like it stops halfway to home plate. Big breaking ball and a sneaky fastball. Does everything he can to keep the ball away from the middle of the plate, too.
The 0-2 popped up around home plate. Napoli off with the mask, and Mike puts it away.
That looked like a pretty good pitch to hit.
Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side, or field it if you want to come out to the ballpark. One away. Now Brian Dozier, the shortstop, will step to the plate. Dozier has sacrificed each of the last 2 times he's come to the plate, so 1 out of 2 officially, having had a 2nd inning single. And he first ball swings and pops it up. Ian Kinsler, like a statue out in shallow right field, waiting for it to come down, puts it away. And 4 pitches and 2 outs. Now Jamie Carroll will come up. Carroll batting in the 9th spot. First pitch to him. Good sinking fastball. It's 0-1. Carroll with a couple of strikeouts and a tapper out in front of home plate tonight. Also a walk. There's that breaking ball. Kind of makes the hitter turn that front shoulder in a little bit and swerves on the inside corner for a strike. The 0-2 pitch got him swinging.
Tying him in knots.
How about a 7-pitch inning with a punch out and a couple of pop outs. Bottom of the 11th coming up. Beltre, Cruz, and Young to try and untie this thing and send the Rangers home winners. 3-3 ball game, and the guys who got it done in the 9th inning are coming up here in the 11th inning. Adrian Beltre started that 2-run rally because there had already been a run and come across an unearned run. But the 2-out, 2-run rally started by Beltre, followed up by Cruz, and Michael Young delivered the game-tying hit. Now Swarzak facing Beltre, and the first pitch is very high for ball 1. So Adrian 1 for 3 tonight. And as you can see, 2 out of 7 in his career against the Minnesota right-hander. And a big rip at that pitch. It was out away from him and fouled it back. The rally hat with horns on it. I like that one. In the dirt, Adrian able to lay off the breaking ball. 2-1. Swarzak about ready to deliver his 20th pitch. Came on to start the 10th inning. And Beltre a ground ball to short. 1 away. Swarzak is that good sinker. He can also throw the hard slider. And, Adrian got that sinker and rolled over the top of it. A 1 out, and here's Nelly Cruz. Cruz in that 1 for 9 against Swarzak struck out 3 times against the right-hander. But again, Nelly had that big opposite field double in the 9th inning. 0-1.
Oh, Nelly was down in the count in the 9th inning when he doubled, and the big hit in that inning kind of set up Michael Young's 2-run hit.
That pitch all the way to the backstop. That hard breaking ball. Well, the count is even, and a ball and a strike. Remember Nelly last year in this ballpark in the League Championship Series, that walk-off grand slam against the Tigers. In the dirt, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Cruz asked for time. It's granted this time by Chris Conroy, the home plate umpire. The 2-1 pitch coming from Swarzak. Up and in. It's 3 balls and a strike. And in that 9th inning, Adrian Beltre with a single to get aboard with 2 outs. And on a 2-strike pitch, Nelly Cruz banging that ball on 1 hop off the right field wall, and that's set up the 2-run game-tying single by Michael Young. The 3-1 breaking ball, and that finds the mark. Swarzak not comfortable throwing a fastball in 3-1 to Cruz. And Nelly doing the right thing if that's not the pitch you were.
No, he's not looking for it, but if he was looking for it, he had a great one to hit out of here.
Yes, he did. Payoff pitch, and that's fouled straight back.
Well, he's taking some good swings.
A pair of doubles last night. A double here tonight. Got that extra base thing going. Again, the 3-2. Up the middle. Over the bag at second. And too late to get Cruz. And the ball
dugout
goes into the photographer bay.
Sure did.
And that's going to be a single and an error. Well, Jamie Carroll, and that's unusual for Carroll to make that kind of mistake. There was no way that he was going to get Nelly Cruz. And he made a very ill-advised throw that really wasn't anywhere near first base. So a key error by a seasoned veteran.
Ball goes by first. Nelly's already a couple of feet by the bag.
Well, that's the second hit for Nelly Cruz, and he advances on the error by Jamie Carroll. That puts the winning run at second base with just one out. And it gives Michael Young an opportunity to try his hand at walking off here tonight. And before he gets that opportunity against Swarzak, Rick Anderson's coming out to have a chat with his right-hander. And you look at the numbers that Michael Young has against Swarzak, and you might understand why there would be a visit right now, because Michael Young is 5 out of 9 in his career with a couple of RBI against Anthony Swarzak. And it's been a while for Michael to have a walk-off base hit. This is as good a time as any if they're going to pitch to him.
Well, if he has a walk-off one here, it'll be a pretty good night, because this was the big one that drove in 2 runs to tie the game. Now a walk-off a couple innings later, that'd be a great night.
Well, that conference concluded. Michael steps in, and we're ready to go. Cruz, the winning run at second base. 1 out in the bottom of the 11th inning, a 3-3 game. And the first pitch, a breaking ball, and that never had a chance to get into the strike zone as Swarzak kind of slipped out of his hand. 1 ball and no strikes. There's Nelly Cruz, a single, and he went to second on the throwing error by Jamie Carroll. That's the second error committed by the Twins tonight. Swarzak ready. Fastball line to right field. If it's fair, it's got a chance. It is foul. The game is over if that draws chalk.
I thought that game was over.
Boy. Yeah, we were talking the other day, Tom, when Michael was having some problems. You get a look at how close this game.
Oh, man.
A foot, maybe?
Yeah, less than a foot.
That we hadn't seen Michael really drive the ball to right field. We're starting to see him drive the ball to right field a little bit. And it's good to see. 1 ball and 1 strike. To center field, going back is Span. He makes the catch. And Cruz, who had gone a quarter of the way to second, doesn't get back in time to tag up, and that's okay. You've got to play that as you see it initially. And Michael Young, pretty hard out to center.
That ball really carried. Michael reached for that off-speed pitch and didn't look like it was the kind of ball that would carry the way that one did. It almost shot over Span's head. Hit it on the good part of the bat, though. And
yep.
Span's playing normal depth. Had to go back to make the play.
We will see if they'll pitch to Murphy, and they're not going to. Ryan Doman holds up the 4 fingers. They are going to walk David Murphy to get to Mike Napoli.
Okay, here's the at-bat that's going to get Knapp going.
Okay.
When Emily was talking about Knapp, and she had mentioned that it was right about this time last year when Napoli got hot. I thought it was earlier than this, but it was right about this time. He'd come off the disabled list first part of July, and this is when he caught fire. So it's right about time for him to catch fire, and this will be the at-bat that gets him going.
You know, there's the 4th wide one, so Murphy draws the intentional walk. He's down to first. Runners at first and second. Mike Napoli to the plate. 0 for 4 tonight. 3 for 12 against Anthony Swarzak in his career. See what Knapp has done here tonight. The pop out his last time up. That was with a couple of runners aboard. Runners at first and second. He's got the same situation here. First and second. The winning run is at second base. Fastball inside for ball one.
One of the things I love about our fans, Knapp has been struggling, but our fans have never stopped cheering for him. Right? They hear Napoli every time he comes to the plate. I know it's got to make Mike feel good. They remember last year. They know what he's capable of.
The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. An opportunity here now to hit from in front of the count. Craig Gentry in the on-deck circle. Ron Washington hopes that Gentry doesn't get to hit until next Friday. The 2-0 pitch. Way outside. 3 balls and no strikes.
"17 strikes and 20 balls for Swarzak. Usually has better command than that.
There's the man that carries the winning run out there at second base. That's Nelly Cruz.
Let it fly. 3-0 fastball.
And it's low. Ball 4. They are loaded up for Craig Gentry. Well, an intentional walk followed by an unintentional walk. The bases are loaded. And that brings a wild pitch, fastball, all kinds of things into play. With the winning run just 90 feet away and 2 outs, and Gentry at the plate. Crowd starting to stand and cheer for the Rangers, and specifically for Craig Gentry. 0 for 4 tonight. Swarzak will work from the stretch with the bases full. And the first breaking ball nips the outside corner. It's 0-1. Gentry has had a great season as far as runners in scoring position also. You see 17 of his 18 RBI have come in these situations. Looper, but right at Morneau at first. And the side is retired. Rangers leave them loaded. A hit, an error, and a couple of walks. We are going to the 12th. Rangers 3, Twins 3 on Fox Sports Southwest. Left the bases loaded. And a new pitcher now. Tateyama finished for the night after inning and 2/3. And Scott Feldman on in relief. Last time he was out there was the 4th of July. Worked 6 pretty effective innings against the White Sox in Chicago.
That one bad inning against the White Sox where they bunched together some hits and 4 runs. And then after that, he finished strong. Threw the ball really well. Didn't throw his curveball quite as much, but he had a good cutter and a good tailing fastball, and he used it really well the last 4 innings. Very aggressive.
They'll have to face the top of the Twins order, and that means 3 left-handers, starting with Denard Span. And the first Feldman sinker is low and outside for ball 1. Span had the sacrifice fly in the 9th inning that turned out to be a huge run for the Twins. He scored a couple in that 9th inning. And Scott able to nail down the outside corner. It's 1-1. For Denard Span, that was his 24th RBI in 2012. Two and 1 the count. Scott Feldman in that ball game in Chicago threw 101 pitches, 67 of them 4 strikes. He's walked 1 and had 4 strikeouts. 2-1 pitch.
Thank you.
And the count is even.
That's a good look at Scott's sinking fastball. Span ahead in the count. Sure, he's looking for a fastball. He got one, but had good tailing action, good movement on it. Sunk out of the strike zone. Got a swing and a little foul tip.
Now the 2-2 pitch. Got him on the fist with that cutter, and a little tapper right back to Feldman. Nice pitch by Scott. No, sinker, 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 and then that cutter inside, and Span had to go right off of his knuckles. 1 gone. Ben Revere now will step in. Revere 0 for 5 tonight, and he has never faced Scott Feldman before. Revere came in with a .320 average, and that is now down to .313 as Feldman hits the outside corner with strike 1. It's a little bit low and inside. A ball and a strike. That one's looped to left field, going out. Andrus, he can't get there. It falls between he and Murphy. And Ben Revere with his great wheels aboard with a 1-out single, and Joe Mauer coming up.
The Rangers had kept Span and Revere off the bases pretty well. Span had a sacrifice fly, but he's 0 for 5. Revere was 0 for 5. It's that little blooper. That's the wrong guy you want to see on base.
He has great speed, and that also means that Joe Mauer's coming up with the go-ahead run aboard. Mauer 2 out of 5. Pair of singles. He has scored a run. And he hit the tapper back to the mound that Michael Kirkman hurt himself on, getting off in the 10th inning to field and take it to the bag. In case you missed it, Michael Kirkman, by the way, diagnosed with a mild left quad strain. So hopefully that mild stays that way, and he'll be all right after the break. And Feldman working on Revere. Scott Feldman, fairly easy to run against, especially for good base runners, because At 6'7", he takes a while to unwind, but he doesn't change his motion to the plate even with the runner on. It's still a fairly big motion. He altered it a little bit there, but that's just about as quick as he can get to the plate and still throw good strikes. Revere and first base coach Jerry White checking across the diamond with Steve Little, who's going through his series of signs to let him know what Ron Gardenhire has in mind. Probably want Revere to wait a second to give Mauer a chance to hit with that hole open on the right side. Oh, one pitch, and Mauer shoots one down the left field line. It will slice back into the seats, well out of play. Now they might turn Revere loose. Second most in the American League, and Scott Feldman pretty good at inducing that 2-ball. So you might have the right combination here. Feldman and Mauer. Revere stepping that lead off. The 0-2 pitch. Could be one right there. To second. To first. Thank you very much. A 4-6-3. That's the 2-ball. And Mauer and the Twins are gone. No runs a hit. Nobody left. Rangers coming up in the bottom of the 12th. After this 2-ball gets them out of the top, it's a 3-3 game. Tonight, and here's how he got here in the 9th inning. Michael Young with 2 outs and 2 strikes on him singles home the tying run. Nelly Cruz and Adrian Beltre. In the 11th, bases loaded and 2 outs, and close. Greg Gentry, doggone it, thought he had it won, but not to be. So we go to the bottom of the 12th, and it will be the top of the order for the Rangers to face Anthony Swarzak. Kinsler, Andrus, and Hamilton to see if they can get this thing won in a dozen frames. And the pitch is high. Kinsler struck out the first time he faced Swarzak. That was back in the 10th inning. Ian tonight, 2 for 5. Pair of singles. He's also scored a run. Hits the ball the other way, and that's a leadoff single for Ian Kinsler.
Well, Swarzak's kind of hanging in there, but he's thrown 41 pitches, 19-42, 20 strikes, 22 balls. Hasn't been particularly sharp, and he's been hanging his slider pretty frequently.
Now here's one of those situations, Tom, like we talked about, I think it was on Friday night, about do you sacrifice here and run the risk of taking the bat out of Hamilton's hands, even though you have Beltre after that, or do you let Kinsler and And Andrus works some magic.
Yeah, try a little hit and run.
Answer will be coming shortly. The bunt is on. The pitch is high. And that's ball one. Well, at least you get an idea now of what they're doing defensively. And both cornermen, Plouffe and Morneau, charging down the lines. Carroll was going to cover first base.
Well, the good thing is if they do sacrifice and walk Hamilton, you got Beltre coming up.
Yep.
So that's probably the good part of it. And you love seeing Beltre up in any situation.
No doubt. No doubt. Dave Anderson, the Ranger third base coach, relaying the wishes of the skipper, Ron Washington. Ian Kinsler gets him. Elvis Andrus gets him.
When you've got your good guys coming up for a manager, you can pretty much go any way you want and feel good about it. Swarzak having a hard time throwing strikes, though.
2 balls and no strikes. And there is nobody. Well, I take it back. There is one person left out in the bullpen for the Twins. Alex Burnett is out there loosening. And Swarzak again a toss to first, and again Ian back pretty handily.
Yeah, they've got a number of guys available, but not too many guys have been stirring out there, so they must eligible. Maybe they're not available.
Eligible,
they're
yeah.
eligible, but they're not available. Maybe that's a better way of saying it.
The bunt around again. The bunt is down. It's a good one. Swarzak underhands to Carroll covering first. It goes 1-4 on the sacrifice. Elvis, with his second sacrifice bunt of the night, gets the winning run to second base with 1 out. And Josh Hamilton coming up.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do. They're not going to give him anything good to hit. They may try to pitch around him, throw him off-speed pitches in the dirt to see if he'll swing at him.
Yeah,
if he lays off him, he'll probably get a walk.
Yeah, the danger you run throwing him off-speed pitches, if you bounce one, all of a sudden you put the winning run at third.
Yep.
And they're going to go ahead and intentionally walk Josh Hamilton. And that brings up an interesting situation because Adrian Beltre has really made people pay this year after the intentional walk. This year he's followed an intentional walk with a 3-run home run on 2 different occasions. And ball 4. So Hamilton will take the pass. That puts runners at first and second. 1 out. And it will not set up a Beltre-Swarzak confrontation. Instead, Ron Gardenhire wants the right-hander Alex Burnett to come on to face Beltre. So Swarzak on since the 10th inning. Goes 2 1/3 innings, and he leaves with the winning run at second base. And Alex Burnett coming on, and while this next right-hander comes on and takes his warm-up tosses, we will take a short timeout. Be right back after this on Adrian Beltre now will step in against the right-hander Alex Burnett. Burnett, a 24-year-old right-hander from Anaheim. He was a 12th round pick back in the 2005 draft by the Twins, and here are the numbers on Burnett. Well used this year by Minnesota. The winning run at second base, and boy, Adrian Beltre coming out of his shoes at that first Burnett offering was an off-speed pitch, and that got Ryan Doman right in the middle of the mask.
Have to have another shot at that pitch. Real hanging slider.
Beltre in his career 0 for 3 against Burnett. Ian Kinsler at second base, Josh Hamilton at first. Kinsler carrying the winning run in this game. And that pitch over the head. Beltre. Some kind of breaking ball that Ron Gardner says, what was that? It's an oops moment for a pitcher, and the manager says, I don't want to hear any about oops. The ball and a strike to Beltre. Hamilton trying to get a good lead, so if there's a double play ground ball, he can try to break it up at second. And that pitch just a little bit low. It's 2-1. Burnett, 6 feet tall, listed at 221. Right-hander back to the plate. Beltre flares it foul to the right. And the count is even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Last year, Burnett 2-5 with the Twins in 66 ball games. And facing a guy who this year doing pretty well with runners in scoring position. The 2-2 pitch. And that's fouled over the top of the Twins dugout. And the count remains 2-2. Hamilton at first after the intentional pass. Kinsler started this inning by singling to right field. Elvis Andrus sacrificed Kinsler to second. And Beltre up there trying to end the proceedings tonight. Chopper slowly hit to short. They go to second for one. Hamilton gets there in time to break it up. And a return throw not in time, but Carroll couldn't get anything on that throw with Hamilton right in his lap. Good job by Josh Hamilton. Well, the force play goes 6-4. Beltre now at first. The winning run now just 90 feet away. Hamilton right in there in the middle of it. It'll be up to Nelly Cruz now, who has had some pretty good success against Burnett in the past. 3 out of 5 with a couple of doubles against Burnett. Cruz has singled and doubled his last 2 times to the plate. Burnett's first pitch. Grounded to third. High throw there in time, and that'll do it in the 12th. We're on to the 13th, 3-3 in Arlington. Rangers now in record territory for the year, tying the longest game of the season as far as innings are concerned. Back on May 26th against the Blue Jays, Rangers won it in 13. Now we'll see what happens here tonight as Scott Feldman goes to work and Josh Willingham takes inside for ball one. Willingham, Morneau, and Domit. Feldman came on to work the 12th, gave up a hit, but got the double play off the bat of Joe Mauer, and he fires a strike to Willingham. Feldman, the 8th pitcher used tonight by Ron Washington. And he just missed the outside corner. It's 2-1. Oswald started, went 5 2/3. Tanner Shepherds, Robbie Ross each went 2/3. Mike Adams went an inning. Ground ball with Beltre playing right on the line. Easy play for Adrian. That's out number 1.
And Scott, for the second straight outing, his last start and today, featuring much more in the way of fastballs, whether you want to call them sinkers or cutters, than splitters and curveballs. I think he fell in love a little bit with his curveball there for a couple of starts, and I like the version of him right now better. Really effective when he's aggressive with that cutter and his sinker.
First pitch to Morneau. A broken bat looper out to Ian Kinsler, and that was looked like a cutter that on the first pitch Morneau just got sawed off on.
He jammed Mauer for that little ground ball double play. He jammed Span with a little tapper back to the mound. Revere just did a little blooper. He jammed him. Basically every hitter's been jammed. Willingham hit his okay, I guess. It doesn't mean he's not going to throw curveballs and splitters.
Sure.
But I think when he's more aggressive with his fastball, he's more effective.
The first splitter. Yeah. First pitch to Domit is down for ball 1. Domit tonight a couple of hits. He's 2 out of 5. He goes after that sinker away and fouls it away. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Scott's throwing well. He had good velocity with that sinker, 93 miles an hour with it. Now, this is his game. There's no one else out there for the Rangers, eligible, available, or anything. There's another jam shot.
And Michael Young will flip on to Feldman covering. That will do it.
19 pitches for 2 innings.
Yeah. A 1-2-3 inning, and Scott Feldman has the Rangers back on the bench and ready to swing the bats in the bottom of the 13th of a 3-3 ball game. Well, Rangers got it tied in the 9th, and 4 innings later, here we are. They're trying to untie it as they come to bat in the bottom of the 13th. This 3-3 ball game. Alex Burnett, who came on in relief, got the final 2 outs of the 12th, back out there to face Young, Murphy, and Napoli. Michael, a good night tonight. 3 out of 5. He's hit the ball hard. The 2 times it didn't count. He shoots this one. A fair ball down the right field line. Over to cut it off, Revere. And Young breezing into second with a leadoff 2-bagger. Michael's 4th hit of the night.
He almost won the game. His last time up, the ball went foul. Sliced foul by about 6 inches right at the end. This time he hit the hardest ball he's hit of the night. Just shoots the ball to right field. And we're talking about him driving the ball to right field, Buzz. I think he's waiting on the ball a little bit better. And hitting it off the good part of the bat.
So the winning run at second, nobody out. They are going to intentionally walk David Murphy. And by doing that, I would imagine it would set up a sacrifice attempt by Mike Napoli, you would think. And we'll find out here shortly as ball 3 is delivered outside. And ball 4. So Murphy, the intentional walk. That's the second intentional walk Murphy has drawn tonight. The third issued by Twins pitching. So first and second, nobody out. Napoli walked his last time up. He is 0 for 4. Checked with Dave Anderson to see what Ron Washington had in mind. The Twins are looking for a bunt. At the third baseman, Trevor Plouffe playing kind of catty corner down there at third and in front of the bag. No bunt as Napoli takes a strike. Ball got away from Domet just for a second. And now we'll see if Ron Washington has changed his mind.
I thought I saw him yell, swing the bat. I want you to swing the bat. We'll see.
Young at second. Murphy at first. 0-1 the count to Napoli. And the pitch outside from Burnett. They even the count at 1-1. So I guess Wash has said many times he's going to stick with Napoli, but this is one of those situations where I think he's going to allow him to try and swing his way out of a funk and help the ball club at the same time.
Yep, had a chance to do it last time and walked. It didn't come close to throwing the strike.
And that's off the outside corner. 2-1.
Good hitters count right now.
Well, the Twins now convinced that Napoli was not going to be asked to sacrifice. Plouffe and Morneau back at the corner positions. And you see the middle infielders, both Dozier and Carroll, up a step at double play depth. 2-1 pitch. Down the third baseline. It's a fair ball from his knees. The throw is wide to first. And Napoli aboard with a base hit. The bases are loaded with nobody out. And Craig Gentry coming to the plate.
Hey, nothing Plouffe could do. He's playing in position to try to get a ground ball and turn a double play. This ball is hit right down the line, so he has to break to his right. He smothers the ball, has no play at third. His only play is an attempt to roll it to first base, and he would have had him if he threw it accurately.
Yeah.
Not that easy a thing to do from that position. Didn't attempt to throw it all the way in the air, just wanted to get it there, but he didn't get it accurately.
Well, the bases are loaded. Everybody has to come in. The infield obviously has one play, and that's at the plate. The winning run at third base. The outfield has to come in shallow enough to be able to get Michael Young on a fly ball to the outfield. And here's Gentry. First ball swinging, ground ball to short. They come home for one. That's all they'll get. Gentry with his good speed able to leg out any potential return to second. So it goes 6-2 on the force, and that's out number one. And Ian Kinsler coming up. Gentry maybe a little bit over anxious. Instead of trying to use the big part of the park, looked like he rolled over on one a bit.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Buzz. You don't want to try to pull this guy. He throws a lot of sliders. And the Michael Young approach, trying to drive, or Elvis trying to drive the ball back through the middle towards second base, helps you a lot more when you get the off-speed slider.
So now we'll see if Ron Gardenhire is going to have the middle of the infield play back a little bit. See if they try to get a double play ball at second or not. Probably can't take the chance.
No, the problem is if you play them back more than they are, Buzz, and you hit a chopper,
right,
game's over.
Yep. The winning run carried by David Murphy at third. Here's Ian Kinsler. First ball swinging, it's popped up, but that will reach the seats behind home plate. And it's 0-1. Kinsler 1 for 5 in his career against Alex Burnett. 3 for 6 tonight. Murphy, Napoli, and Gentry, third, second, and first. A 3-3 ball game. And the pitch to Kinsler. Breaking ball is outside. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Burnett, 19 total pitches, 10 strikes, 9 balls. Right-handers ready. Kinsler, a chopper foul. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ian up in a similar situation last night.
Now, all the outfielders play as deep as they could play to where they could throw someone out on a sacrifice fly. You can see Revere's the shallowest because he probably has the weakest of the 3 arms.
1-2 pitch. Swung on, and that'll do it. Left center field. It's down for a base hit. Murphy scores. Ian Kinsler and the Rangers walk it off 4-3.
He was ahead in the count, and he hung him a slider, and Ian waited on it perfectly.
Back-to-back extra inning wins by a 4-3 score over the Twins. And the Rangers head to the All-Star break with a 2-game winning streak. And they have won 8 of the last 9 series that they have played prior to the break. Ian Kinsler, the walk-off tonight, driving in his 41st run of the year. David Murphy scoring the winner. And that makes Scott Feldman a winner for the 3rd time in 2012.
Well, here's the breaking ball he's trying to throw away. And he catches the plate, and Ian gets the good part of the bat on it, gets it up in the air. All he needed to do was hit a fly ball, and that gets the job done. Great win for the Rangers. Didn't have much offense until the 9th inning, and it took an error and 3 unearned runs to tie the game in the 9th. Well, they'll take it.
Now tonight, their first win when they've been trailing by 3 runs in the 9th inning since back in 2007. June 9th of that year against Milwaukee in interleague play. Let's go down to Jim Knox, who has a very happy Michael Young.
That's right, Buzz. Michael, congratulations. I tell you what, the game winner goes to Ian Kinsler, but you really got it in the 9th. 2 outs. You were down 2 strikes, and you got a key hit right there.
Well, I mean, we were facing a good closer, and I was just trying to kind of get something up in the zone and hopefully make something happen, bring a couple runs home, and push this game into extras.
You guys went in on a walk-off last night. Do the same tonight. You won another series. You know, going into the All-Star break, I think that's 8 out of the last 9 series. That's pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, this game was big for us. I mean, we got a little bit of momentum now heading into the second half. Obviously, we were down to make it happen there at the end of the game. That's big for us. Hopefully, we can use it into the second half and on that first road trip we go on.
All right, you happy about the All-Star break coming up? You need it right now?
Yeah, take a couple days, relax, and just get completely locked in for the second half.
There you go. My congratulations for the big night. Buzz?
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Yeah, an exciting night, an exciting couple of nights here at the ballpark. So the Rangers 4-3 winners tonight in 13, matching their longest game of the year, 4 hours and 32 minutes tonight. Well, tune in Tuesday on Fox at 6:30 Central Time for the MLB All-Star Game from Kansas City. Our next Rangers telecast is next Friday at 9 p.m. from Seattle on KTXA 21 in Dallas. And when the Rangers meet the Mariners that night, you will be able to see us from the West Coast. Coming up next, Rangers Live post-game coverage. And now, here's our final take.